Because...
well, because we're not Joe Rogan, that's why.
No, is that it? Yeah.
Well, it's because Neil Young has said, take all of my music off Spotify. Hey, Mr. Spotify, I think Spotify is owned by Frank Spotify.
Yeah.
Hey, Mr. Spotify, take all of my music out off Spotify if you don't get rid of Joe Rogan.
Yeah.
Well, did he specify Joe Rogan, or did he just say
Yes.
podcasts?
No, here's the quote.
No,
Here's the
he's-
quote.
Okay.
I want to let Spotify know, this is a note to his manager. This is what he said.
Okay.
I want you to let Spotify know immediately today that I want all of my music off their platform. They can have Rogan or Young, not both. I'm doing this because Spotify is spreading fake information about vaccines, potentially causing death to those who believe the disinformation. Please act on this immediately today. Keep me informed of the time schedule. He wants updates.
Now, Gina and I were having a speculation as to who was worth more to Mr. Spotify, to Frank Spotify. Who was worth more, Neil Young or Joe Rogan? You know, that may be being the decision. Well, Joe Rogan isn't worth quite as much as Neil Young to us, so kick him off. Or Neil Young, go ahead, take your music away.
We make more money from this than that. Yeah.
So I looked up in the just as quick search, and the best I could find was how much each one of those guys, what their net worth is, just their the money that they apparently have, and Neil Young double Joe Rogan, double. Neil Young worth $200 million. Joe Rogan worth $100 million. Now,
what does that mean to Frank Spotify?
Well, the other thing I saw, and I haven't had a chance to research it completely, it's how much did Frank Spotify pay for Joe Rogan, and how much did he pay for Neil Young?
Mm-hmm.
He paid more for Neil Young.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I think by $50 million or something like that is what I saw. So it seems to me that Neil Young is probably worth more to Frank Spotify than Joe Rogan. And I think Joe Rogan is becoming not worth the headache to Frank Spotify.
Well, now Blaine makes a point. He says, I wonder if Rogan makes more in advertising dollars than Young makes in plays. That's the question.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't.
What I think is happening is that Young is hoping that other artists follow suit.
Yeah.
You know, he's hoping to.
And he's the kind of guy, he's your elder statesman.
Yeah, he's influential. I think a lot of other, that's exactly right. I think a lot of other musicians are going to go, yeah. You know who's going to be the next follow along with him? Eric Clapton. I'll bet Eric Clapton's.
No.
Eric Clapton is a boner candidate today.
Again?
Although the Joe Rogan Experience is the most listened to item on Spotify.
Like thing
right
on
now.
Spotify. Yeah, that's
like downloads. Is that
just listens? Yeah.
So I don't know.
It'll be interesting.
I have a feeling Spotify will say, "Nice knowing you, Neil."
Yeah,
would be my guess.
That's what I
They're
fear
not
will
kicking
happen.
Joe Rogan off that.
I think what we're going to find out is that Frank Spotify will say, well, that's very well and good, Mr. Young, but we acquired the catalog of your music from the people that you sold it to, not from you, because he sold most of his music catalog to somebody, and I assume they have the say whether it's, I don't know how Spotify works, though. Do they have to acquire? They have to pay something.
They do.
Yeah,
it's
because
not
they paid
much.
a lot to get Joe Rogan.
Much.
Yeah,
well,
it's
that's
not.
Music's different than podcasts, though.
Well, I think though, if you want to acquire a whole catalog, Frank Spotify probably has to pay, a big chunk.
He may not even have to acquire it or own it. I think that he just pays for plays like we do. Because, radio stations, we don't own any of the music that we play, but we pay for the right to play it. So I think that's what Spotify's doing. They're paying considerably less than we are, which seems very wrong. But,
yeah.
And again, I love this. I've heard this many times before, but it's true. Joe Rogan is Gwyneth Paltrow for men.
Now this says...
he's not as good looking, though.
Spotify pays royalties for listening that occurs, so they pay just like we do to play stuff on the radio.
On Spotify, according to our chat room, Bad Bunny and Taylor Swift were the top streaming artists last year. So if they were to step in and help,
I wouldn't put it past him.
Neil sold 50% of his rights to his music, so he still has some control. Let's see. Can I cancel my Spotify subscription? Of course you can.
No.
You don't have to have it.
You don't have to have any.
There is no way you can cancel that.
You don't have to have a phone. You
What?
No. Although I don't know how you function in the world without...
You know, our friend Dr. Cobble.
Yes.
He has a flip phone.
Oh, really?
Yes, he doesn't have a smartphone. He has a
That's
flip phone. He said, "I don't want to be bothered with that stuff. When it's time for me to get to the internet or whatever, I can go to a computer and do that. I don't want it on my phone. It's too much of a." He's got a good point.
Yeah, I mean, really.
Well, I don't know. I'm interested to see. You know, Taylor Swift. She stood up to Damon Albarn.
Yeah.
Not stood up to him, but corrected him.
No, she stood up to him. She was pissed.
She stood up to him very immediately, which was nice. Damon Albarn said, Taylor Swift doesn't write any of her songs. Without any proof of that, he was just mouthing off. Yeah. He just said it, and so she immediately tweeted, "I write all of my songs and have since the beginning, and I wrote this tweet, by the way."
Excuse me, sir.
And so he said, "I'm sorry. I said that without any basis in fact, and I shouldn't have. I apologize to Taylor Swift." So Taylor Swift is pretty tough. If she says, I agree with Neil Young. Get that ass off.
Well, she's had arguments with Spotify before about her own stuff. So,
yeah, it's interesting.
And there was that letter from, 200 doctors or something asking Spotify to take Joe Rogan off.
Yeah.
Too. By the way, he loves all that.
Oh, yeah, he does.
Oh, that's great fun for him.
No,
he's just asking questions.
He has, like many other people in audio have discovered, and that is that there is big money in the right-wing hate machine. You may not have all the listeners. You may only have a third of them, but there's big money in them because the clicks count, and you get them to buy the supplements and all of the stuff that you're selling. Big money in the right-wing hate spin machine.
I hope.
Maybe we should switch.
Maybe I'm too optimistic. Well, Kerry, you know me. I just do this liberal thing as a big joke.
There's lots of money in it. Lots of money in it.
I'm about as conservative as they come.
Well, I mean, we could immediately. I mean, Glenn Beck did it. He was a wacky morning radio guy, and then discovered there was big money in the right wing hate machine.
And
we could do it, and then we could sell supplements just like Joe does.
I've been a conservative since the very beginning. I've just hidden it very well. I've lied about being vaccinated. I'm not vaccinated, and
you just say that for your image.
Yeah, I just say that because, I'm supposed to be a liberal, but really, I don't. I answer to the Koch brothers, not to George Soros.
Well, then why are you always spewing all this liberal claptrap then?
Because that's what our show does. I'd be happy.
Where the money is.
I'd be happy.
Well, we keep getting told that one of us should be a Republican.
Well,
why don't you know your role?
We have been successful being the only liberal voice in town. We've been successful at that. So I didn't want to rock the boat, And I'm still. Well, our ratings are kind of slumping right now. Maybe we should. Maybe I should start rocking the boat and let you see how conservative I really am. No sex outside of marriage. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Our country is turning into a bunch of feminized males, no real males. I've got the documents right here that prove it.
You know what? Our Constitution is hanging by a thread.
A thread.
An elegant way of wasting time. It's Farting Around with Radio from Hell on X96.
Thank you, Katie. We were having too much fun and we're running late already, so there you go.
You know, it's actually probably true the Constitution is hanging by a thread, but there's another story.
Yes, it is.
So let's go. Let's get to it. Let's have your check-ins at 877-602-9696. Call, check in with the Radio from Hell show. Tell us how you're doing, what you're doing. Tell if you want to agree with my conservative values, call in 877-602-9696. That's the number.
Only real men need apply right after these.
It's the X96.
I had a bizarre experience yesterday.
What?
So I don't order a lot of stuff from Amazon, but my gosh, it's really convenient. You know?
I was going to say, why not?
I mean, I don't know why I don't do it more, but it's
because it hurts local businesses.
Yeah, I'd rather shop
That's
locally.
the reason you shouldn't.
I'd rather shop locally, but there were every once in a while there's a specialty item I can't find, or I can't find. Maybe it's some clothing I can't find the right size or whatever. So anyway, I ordered this item. It doesn't matter what it was from Amazon. And it was $10, and it was free shipping because I'd have Amazon Prime. So, and then the way they track the packages, man, it's really slick. I mean, they say, okay, the package is left here, and now it's here, and now it's here, and then they say the package has been delivered to your house. It's on your front porch, and it was there at 3:15.
Yeah.
So when it said that, I went out and there was no package, and I'm looking around. I go, there's no package anywhere, but clearly it said 3:15. So I got a hold of Amazon, and they said, well, I said maybe it just got delivered. It must have just gotten delivered somewhere else, and they said, well, we'll just refund your money. And I said, well, I don't know, should I wait a day or two? Well, you could, but we'll just refund your money, and we'll give you a $5 credit for your trouble. And I said, okay, thanks. And then I thought, I'm not going to order that thing again anyway. I'll go try and find it somewhere else. So yesterday, the woman next door comes over and says, here, this was delivered to my house. Now, Amazon has already said they're going to credit my account for $10. So she comes over and says, here, this package was delivered here accidentally. It's for you. It's the missing item. So my decision then is, do I keep it and steal $10 from Amazon? Or no, I don't. So
now you're on record.
Right. Well,
this is the radio bill?
So I say to myself, no, of course I don't. And I called them. It was such a hassle to get them to take $10 back from me. I was on the phone for a half an hour. It's like they couldn't figure out how to do it practically.
Nobody's ever called to give us money back.
I said, I just don't want to cheat you out of this $10. Okay.
It's like we're not used to people.
It's just $10.
Doing the right thing.
I mean, I was on hold for 20 minutes while this woman tried to figure out how to. She wasn't quite. So either she was inept or it just doesn't happen. I don't know. But what a hassle to to give them back their $10. And I hope I still get my $5 credit.
I'm sure you will.
I hope.
All right, 6:20. Let's get this over with.
This is the last chance I'm going to give you to call and check in with the Radio from Hell show. This is your last chance. You call 877-602-9696 and just say hi. Tell us what you're doing. Tell us if you stand with me on my conservative platform. I'm revealing my true self on the show today as a true conservative. So call and check in, and we'll get to that right after we begin the show officially.
Well, it's brought to you by Radio from Hell Supplements. They'll make you
strong
and smart. And
our protein powder can reverse those homosexual feelings that you might be having when you watch the show Euphoria on HBO.
Yeah, you know, Carrie's just pretending to be conservative, whereas I am a true conservative. Let's see. The moon is a waning crescent moon. It will set today at 11:48 a.m., today being Tuesday. It's the 25th day of January in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, 2020. And this is the morning show that's proud to say that in the past 30 years, we have never lied, and we've always been right. Mm-hmm. We are the Radio from Hell show. The Barons of Bummer. Kerry Jackson at his home studio. Bill Allred here in my home studio, which is really my attic. Gina Barberi in the guest room at her home. Katie for short is our wonderful producer in downtown Salt Lake, making sure things run smooth and making sure that we stay on time, apparently. And she has help with Miriam and Cameron Diaz, and that's it. Oh, it's St. Dwinan's Day today.
St. Dwinan?
St. Dwinan. St. Dwinan is not a Catholic saint. She's not a Celtic saint, but she is revered in Wales. She's considered a saint in Wales, the patron saint of sick animals.
No,
It's also National Welcome to Florida Day, National Irish Coffee Day, National Plan for Your Vacation Day, and also it's Opposite Day. No, it isn't.
Opposite day?
No,
is that why you're being a conservative? Now I understand.
No.
Now I get it.
I'm being a conservative because I want to save this great nation.
The Lords of Lament, the Barons of Bummer. Mm-hmm. Please bless that my SSRI is effective today, Napon Alum. You're also the Lords of Lugubriousness if you're not into the whole brevity thing.
Hey.
That's a fun word.
Jill is on the phone.
Hi, Jill.
Let's check in on Jill, see how she's doing.
Jill.
Hi, Carrie.
Hi.
All three of you, actually, but I wanted to thank Carrie in particular for making me sound like a complete moron last Friday.
Oh, no.
When he finally played My Ding-a-Ling, and I just went, in the car. My daughter thinks I'm a moron.
Well, your daughters might have
excited.
something.
It made me really happy.
Your daughters might have
on that inside joke.
Your daughters might have something there, Jill.
I know.
Well, no, you sound like a lovely. How many daughters have you?
2.
And their ages are?
I've got a 25-year-old and a 16-year-old.
Well, as from one conservative to another, I hope. Make sure they remain chaste, Jill.
I will.
All right, Jill, thank you.
Thanks for checking in.
Thank you.
Let's see. Tim the Tree Guy, I don't have a smartphone.
Oh.
Johnny B checking in. I'm still glad to not be working at the hospital.
Oh, yeah.
Jason from Cincinnati, the Durham, North Carolina edition. Gina is now my enemy. Why not the Cincinnati Bengals?
Oh,
Say it with me. Hooday. I don't know what that means, but
I'm sorry, Jay. I'm
Cincinnati. I think is it the King City? A lot of cities have, like Portland is the Rose City. Mm-hmm. I think it's King City.
First snow by Lagoon, it says here. Melanie checking in. Happy birthday to my daughter. Okay.
Yeah, a lot of wind up north of us, and also some snow, apparently.
and very cold.
Got a text from snowy and windy Laramie, Wyoming. Can't call as I need to be driving to Cheyenne for work. Yes, Teacher Emily checking in. Man. Let's go to Adam. Adam is on the phone.
Good morning, Adam.
Let's check in on
Morning. Thanks for letting me listen.
Uh-huh.
Geek Show says hey.
You bet.
And Gina, you've got this. You can do it.
Oh, that's so supportive of you, Adam. Thank you. Is it because it's opposite day? Is that why you're saying that?
No.
Okay.
I'm trying. You remember, I'm trying to be more positive. I'm trying to
That's
uplift you.
There you
Thank you. I appreciate
and,
that.
and he knows you need all the support you can
Yes.
get. Anything else, Adam?
I'm just calling BS on Bill's liberalism. As a longtime caller, first time listener, I know him.
Yeah, I'm
I know
a real conservative. You can tell, can't you?
Mm-hmm. All right. Thanks, Adam.
All right, you guys have a great day.
Let's,
Cincinnati is the Queen City, Bill. You were
City,
very
Queen
close.
City. I knew it was
very
some royalty.
close.
let's go to Sterling now. Sterling is here.
Hi, Sterling.
Hi, everybody. How are you guys?
Fine. What's
Doing
up?
well.
Well, I'm coming from Houston. I tweeted you guys earlier in the week forgetting that I could stream you guys. So I'm just checking in to say I am so glad I can listen to you guys on the radio now while streaming from my from the X96 app.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. I'm glad that worked for you.
We've had a couple of emails recently from people in other states saying, I'm so bummed out that I can't have the Radio from Hell show anymore. You can have us anywhere in the world you want.
There's this thing called the internet.
Yeah.
You can podcast us if streaming. If you live in a part of the world where this is like your middle of the night and you can't listen, you can podcast us later. Or if you're in Houston, you can stream us.
Well, I'm glad you've got the app and you've figured it out.
How are things in Planet Houston?
Things are actually pretty good. Our COVID numbers are coming down, so kids are back in school.
Mm-hmm.
That's where I'm actually dropping my son off at school. So,
okay.
At least there's at least some nice, sunny, I guess, warmth coming to us, and COVID is going down. So,
okay, good.
With any luck.
Thanks for checking in.
All right. Thank you,
hey,
Sterling.
thanks, guys. Love you guys.
Let's quickly check in on Whitney.
Hi, Whitney.
Whitney is calling. Go ahead, Whitney.
Hello. Hi, guys. Good morning.
Hi.
Morning.
Thanks for letting me listen.
You bet. What's up?
So, I just wanted to bring up a topic. You know how people who have to wear masks, they complain that it's, their civil rights are being affected.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a reason that they have to wear masks because it's a health hazard to others.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Well, I'm a smoker, and unfortunately I'm a smoker. I'm trying to quit. But I can't go into a restaurant and light up a cigarette because it's a health hazard to other people. So why is that any different?
Yeah, I don't know why we don't get rid of that regulation. We need to get rid of that regulation.
Your freedom
People
to smoke wherever you want.
Smoke wherever you want and blow it in anybody's face.
Airplanes.
That's kind of how I feel. I'm like, you don't want to put on a mask, then I'll just light up right next to you and blow it your way. Or you like
Whitney,
it.
if you could go up to the legislature, they're in session today. Just walk right in with a cigarette dangling out of your mouth. You can quit. This could be your last cigarette ever, but you'll be making a good point.
You know what I want you to do,
love
Whitney?
that.
Whitney, I want you to
What?
light up a cigarette, get in your car, don't put your seatbelt on, and speed at 112 miles an hour down I-15.
But I do
Well,
want
and
you
then
to...
I'm going to stop at a Maverick, and I'm going to go in with no shoes and no shirt because that's violating my civil rights, too.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Whitney.
Thanks, Whitney.
You bet. You guys have a terrific day.
Thank you.
Quickly, happy birthday to Halcia. This is a woman's daughter. She's 15 today, and it's Halcia and her mother who brought me cake at Strong Volkswagen on Saturday.
there
So
you
happy
go.
birthday, Halcia.
Traffic, please.
Snow is actually sticking to the roads. I-15 in Kaysville. Traffic slower than normal. Allow a few extra minutes if you have to commute through Davis County. Sardine Canyon has winter driving conditions. Use caution. Be prepared if you're traveling between Logan and Brigham City this morning. Looks like most of the snowy situations are in northern Utah. It's sticking in some of the higher elevations and mostly wet down lower, but they could still see some black ice in places because it is very cold out there. If you see something, you can text us 33986.
All right. We will take a break. We will be back with big boy news, opinioendo, stories, all those things you need to know. Utah word of the day coming up as well. I have not looked at the script, so I'm curious as to...
I haven't either.
whom I shall be playing today.
I haven't either. I wrote it, but I haven't really looked at it.
Kyle coming up, all that and more on the way. Wendy's for breakfast. Whitney, on your way up to the legislature to go and stand next to Todd Weiler's desk and smoke at him, stop by the Wendy's drive-thru on your way up, because not only do you get a superior breakfast sandwich from Wendy's, the breakfast Baconator, honey butter chicken biscuit, or the croissant sandwiches, which I love so much. Buy any breakfast sandwich, and good job, Whitney, your favorite drink is free. You get to choose what you like to drink as well with your sandwich that you bought. So if you're a coffee person, fresh brewed coffee for free. My favorite, the Vanilla Frosty-Chino, cold brew coffee plus frosty creamer over ice, and that is free as well. Soda, if you're a Diet Coke fan like Gina, or regular Coke or Dr. Pepper, whatever it is. My wife likes Dr. Pepper over ice. Free. Ask for a large because it's free when you get your breakfast sandwich at Wendy's. This is for a limited time. Buy your Wendy's breakfast sandwich and get any size drink in a Wendy's cup for free. Limited time only. Hit the drive-thru, Wendy's.
It's often said that people of Utah speak a language all their own. It's a language that's often confusing and even incomprehensible to newcomers here in the Beehive State. So, Radio from Hell presents a handy guide to help everyone understand how the natives speak. It's the Utah word of the day, and today's word is...
melon. M-E-L-O-N, melon. Today's word was submitted by friend of the program, Allison P. Allison says she heard this word used on local news during discussion of voter turnout in our past electoral event. Allison didn't specify if the word was used by a newsreader or by someone being interviewed for the news. We can only speculate. Thanks, Allison. And if you hear a Utah word, please send your example to radiofromhell@x96.com. Please put Utah word in the subject line. Again, the word is melon.
Hey there, LeGrand. I got to ask you something.
Okay.
Do I talk funny?
Huh?
I mean, I recognize that I sound different than some folks that I talk to down at the Golden Hour Center. I mean, I go down there and I play cards with the old folks on Thursday.
Well, I know that you do. But what makes you think that you talk funny? Do you talk different than them Golden Hours folks?
Yeah, some, I guess. I mean, a bunch of them are not original Utahns, and when I say certain things to them, they look at me strange, and then I know I've said something that they didn't get or think was correct.
Well, for instance?
Well, we's talking about the election.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, a bunch of them aren't from Utah, but they said they'd voted anyway. And I said, how did you vote, especially when you weren't in your home state? How did you vote?
And
they have something called an absentee ballot,
oh.
And they vote by way of the Postal Service. And I said, oh, I vote that way too right here in my home state. I do a melon ballot. And, man, everybody just stopped and stared at me.
What? I don't get it. What was wrong with that?
Well, then one of them said, real smart aleck kind of guy, puts down his cards and says, a melon ballot? You got a cantaloupe running for governor?
Huh?
Honeydew running for mayor? How many melons are office holders here in Utah, he says.
Well, why would he say that? I mean, you was talking about sending in your vote through the mail, not voting for melons.
Right. I said I sent my melon ballot, not a ballot to vote for a melon. There's a big difference between a melon ballot and a melon ballot, I would say.
Well, exactly. Besides, what kind of idiot would vote for a cantaloupe?
Join us again some other time as we examine how the Utah natives speak with the Utah word of the day.
That was odd. What was that?
It's from that HBO Max show, How To.
Oh, with John Wilson.
John, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He was doing a bit on parking in New York, and that guy just went off.
You found that guy, huh?
Yeah.
Interesting.
All right. Let's see. We got a lot of things happening today.
Well,
we got Kyle coming up. We got Utah Word of the Day. We got boners.
I have really great news right now. You want to hear the great news I have?
Already?
Sure.
Mini bottles may be coming back to Utah. Mini bottles.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, let me sponsor that good news.
I
Start
think
the
that's
new
great
year
news.
by becoming a nurse. Nightingale College is a pioneer in online nursing education, blending online classes with on-ground supervised field experience, virtual college, actual nursing. Learn more at nightingale.edu.
Yeah, the Utah State Legislature has a big liquor bill set to be unveiled this week, and it would allow mini bottles, which I miss, frankly.
Why do you like the mini bottle?
Well, first of all, that makes it really easy to sneak booze into a concert.
Am I the only one who can work and drink at the same time?
And it's I particularly miss mini bottles when they were in bars, because when you got a drink, it was a real drink. It was an ounce and a half.
Wasn't metered out.
Yeah, to an ounce. And drinks now metered to an ounce just don't taste right to me. And they don't have the punch they should. So when you with mini bottles, it was an ounce and a half, and that's what bars used. Mm-hmm. And it was really odd. You get used to that. You get used to the ounce and a half, which we had that for years. And then they started metering them, and I'm going, what's wrong with these drinks? They're just not the same. So anyway, mini bottles may be coming back, and also lawmakers and industry representatives are close to a deal to keep hard seltzers in grocery and convenience stores.
Oh, that's good.
I don't know why they have to come up with some deal to do it.
Yeah,
but,
I don't.
White Claw, Press, Vizzy is the one I like, and Bon and Viv, and they're probably going to keep them in the grocery store.
But here's my bigger question in that story. As we all know, the DABC giveth and then they taketh away.
Not yet.
They always,
they always have that the takeaway shoe drop after the legislation is done. Mm-hmm. So we'll have to wait a little. Oh, there's a mini bottle.
Look what I have, Bill.
Where'd you get it?
I don't know if I should say, because I don't know if we're supposed to have these. Are we?
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
You can have them, yeah.
Oh, okay. My sister-in-law, Amy.
Is that Glenn Livett? Is that what that is?
Yeah.
I reckon.
My only problem with mini bottles is a lot of them are plastic. And so that's
glass, yeah.
And good. Then that's recyclable. I was going to say a lot of them are plastic, and that means single use, and that's kind of a waste. But.
Yeah. Let's. Jon Stewart. He was talking about to Jeff Bezos in an episode of the podcast, The Problem with Jon Stewart. Stewart describes meeting with Bezos at a dinner at the White House with President Barack Obama and Michelle Obama. Also in attendance, the billionaire Mark Cuban, and an unnamed guest who Jon Stewart described as the inventor of Oculus, virtual reality headset. Mm-hmm. So he's talking with Bezos, Jon Stewart is, Jeff Bezos, discussing what he saw as the economy of the future, one that would rely on service workers to perform tasks. And Jon Stewart said, I told Jeff Bezos that I disagree with that, adding that people want to feel proud of their work and feel like they're contributing to society, not just running errands for people that have more than you. I think he views everybody as like part of a fulfillment center, Stewart said. Mm-hmm. And so I said, I think that's a recipe for revolution. And then like a kind of a hush fell over the dinner, and you could hear Obama from across the room say, I agree with John. So he's basically saying, if you don't give people meaningful work to do, and they feel like they're just slaves to billionaires like Jeff Bezos, eventually people rise up and won't take it anymore.
Eventually is now.
Unions.
Eventually is now.
Sorry. Gina, the only revolution or rioting I'm seeing is from my fellow conservatives, my fellow oath keepers. My
what kind
fellow
of jobs
Proud
do you
Boys.
think they have? They work in warehouses. They work
Exactly, and they're rising up. Actually, there is some. I mean, what you're saying is true. They feel disaffected.
Yes.
And that's
they feel
why these
unappreciated.
Things
happen.
But they won't go as far as forming a union because they've been told for years by their political party unions are bad.
Yeah. Listen, you know what else is bad? The weekend COVID numbers in Utah. Nearly 22,000 cases, 33 new deaths. Whew. I mean,
the case numbers we've been told by the health department is, yes, these are the numbers we have.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably
but
more.
these are the numbers we have. It's
gotta
probably
be more.
more.
Gotta be more.
Friday, 10,610 cases. Saturday, 6,850. Sunday, 4,549. And man, oh man, when people say it looks like everybody's going to get COVID, it almost seems true. Everybody will get COVID but me, because
not me.
No, I'm not going to get it because I can resist mass hypnosis.
And I was a little nervous going shopping yesterday because the mask mandate was lifted. And God bless Harmon's, loud and proud, still have that sign out front that says masks are required to come in here. And I said, that's why I shop here. Thank you, Harmon's.
Let's see what else is going on here. Sarah Palin's got COVID.
What a surprise.
And that's, she's unvaccinated. She's been, my fellow conservative, Sarah Palin, unvaccinated, like me, Bill Allred. Sarah Palin has tested positive for coronavirus, forcing the delay of her defamation trial against the New York Times until next week.
We're the party of hell no.
The trial, which was set to begin with jury selection on Monday, is now scheduled to start February 3. Ms. Palin's in-person testimony in a federal courtroom in Lower Manhattan this week was expected to be one of the focal points of the trial. She sued the New York Times in 2017 after it published an published an editorial that erroneously asserted a link between her political rhetoric and the mass shooting in Tucson, Arizona, the one that killed 6 people and left Gabby Giffords, very, very grievously wounded. Giffords was a Democratic member of Congress, and the New York Times printed an editorial saying, whoever wrote it, saying, Sarah Palin's inflammatory rhetoric is directly responsible for that shooting.
Mm-hmm.
They later retracted that because they realized you can't really say that. There's no causal evidence to say it was directly responsible. You could say
inspired.
It helps stir things up, and people who get stirred up, then there's a way you could have said it. There's a way they could have said. As a matter of fact, I think they corrected it and still said it, but in a different way. But she's suing them for libel.
Well, was this on the opinion page though?
Yeah, it was an editorial.
It was an editorial. Then I don't know how much leeway she has, because if it's an editorial on the opinion page,
you still can't defame someone, even if it's an opinion page.
Even a public figure?
Yeah, you can't. It's if you can prove defamation, that's not sometimes really difficult to do.
That's the hard part. Yeah.
But you can't. You can still be. Yeah. Lake Powell has closed the Dangling Rope Marina because there's not enough water to sail a boat up to it and dock at it. It's closed until further notice due to unprecedented low water conditions.
Where
Joe
are they going
Biden
to film all the porn? Where are they going to go now?
I don't know, Gina. It's a serious problem.
Where are they
Joe
gonna
Biden
film
was
the porn?
Joe Biden was caught on a hot mic. Did you hear about this?
A hot mic?
He didn't know really that the mic was on, and there's this White House correspondent from Fox News, Peter Ducey, who is Douchey, whatever his first name is, Alan Douchey, Frank. What's his name on the Fox and Friends?
Steve.
Is it Steve? Steve Douchey? Anyway, his brother Peter is a White House correspondent, and he's been in the news fairly frequently lately for asking pretty inane questions.
Yeah, he's trolling is what he does.
And he's also just he asks dumb questions. Things like, do you think inflation is a political liability in the midterms? That's not a question, because
yes,
because there's the answer is yes, and everybody knows that's the answer. But anyway, Joe Biden says no, sir, it's a great asset. It'll be a great asset to us. And then he thought that the mic was off, and he said, more inflation. What a stupid son of a bitch.
Which is hilarious.
Yeah.
Well, and it's just so unpresidential, isn't it, though? Fox News is losing their hugging minds right now because of this. And I'm like, do you remember the past 4 years? Do you remember the enemy of the people? You remember all that? Fake news? Do you remember that? Yeah, it's not presidential. Plus, we have audio of John McCain and Peter Doocy.
I saw that.
Did you see that? John McCain in 2017 talking with Peter Doocy.
I thought maybe it was the ghost of John McCain.
I've got it right here, yeah.
My job as a United States Senator is a senator from America.
Your relationship with the president frayed to the point that you are not going to support anything that he comes to you and asks for?
Why would you say something that stupid? Why would you ask something that dumb?
That dumb, huh?
My job as a United States Senator is a senator from Arizona, which I was just reelected to. You mean that I'm somehow going to behave in a way that I'm going to block everything because of some personal disagreement? That's a dumb question.
Yeah.
There it is, John McCain being a traitor to the conservative cause.
That's true. And unpresidential and all of that, yeah.
And then finally this story. I've been teasing it for a couple of days. In a place called Pomfret, Maryland, a snake expert from North Carolina had to remove 124 snakes from a home where a dead man was found.
Oh.
David Riston was found dead in the home with 124 snakes. The inventory included a highly venomous black mamba. If you know anything about snakes, you know the black mamba is
deadly.
Cobras and rattlesnakes. County spokesperson Jennifer Harris said they needed outside assistance because nobody in our county knows how to handle these snakes. We don't have that type of expertise, she said. Now, Mr. Riston, how he died is officially still under investigation, but multiple sources say there was evidence of a snake bite. Now, but the snakes weren't just crawling around the home, though. They were all in containers, terrariums, and stuff. But apparently he may have been handling one of them, and it looks like he got bit. And but can you imagine living in a home with 124 snakes?
No.
I mean, snakes don't creep me out, but 124 of them really might.
It would take a lot less snakes to creep me out than 120.
How do you feel about a pit of vipers, huh?
No,
that's what's in the White House right now, a pit of vipers.
Really?
Yeah. I'm a conservative. That's what I think.
Okay.
Sports, weather, traffic.
Yeah, so God bless the Utah Jazz. They had 0 starting lineup in the game last night. Not a one. I only recognized one person even playing the game. Jordan Clarkson was the only one I recognized.
They actually had a 12-year-old child in the lineup, which was really weird.
They are all deep bench sitters, and they lost, but they actually played a really competitive game, and they stuck with the Suns, and the Suns are really good. So I'm looking for a positive here, like I like to do.
So are you saying God bless the Jazz in hopes of a miracle?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
And they didn't lose by a lot, 115-109. They did well, surprisingly well. So we'll take it. That's your sports weather. It's chilly this morning, 30 right now, and only going to get up to 37 for a high today. Snowing and windy and colder the further north you get. That storm probably affecting traffic till about 8 o'clock, they're saying. Further north, heard reports of snow by Lagoon up in Ogden. Logan, Sardine Canyon has snow up there. We've got a crash reported I-15 northbound at the 215 overpass in Murray. The center lanes are currently blocked. Expect vehicles to be moved over to the right side of the freeway once Highway Patrol gets there. Crash northbound at 215 approaching 35th South exit in West Valley. Vehicles are blocking the right lane. Shoulder causing some slowage in that area. And snow sticking to the roads in Kaysville. Traffic is slower than normal. You want to give yourself a few extra minutes if Davis County, Weber County are part of your drive. And if you see something, you can text it to us, 33986.
All right. Well, we're early.
We're early?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. I have another story.
I was going to say we have about 5 minutes if you have.
Yeah, I got another story here. A couple of other stories. It's if you shop at Smith's, you really should be aware of this. Let me find this story really quickly for you. If you shop at Smith's, they have had to recall some products, and you might have these products in your house. And if you do, you need to not eat them. These are mostly cakes. They're parent company.
Well, this is for you then, Bill. If they're mostly cakes.
Yeah, no, you're not kidding. It's where the hell did that go? Oh, I bet it's in local news. There it is. Smith's parent company recalling 20 products, baked goods that that may be in your home right now. Their metal shavings might be in them, bits of metal.
Good Lord.
The recall is for a number of items sold under the Country Oven brand.
Never heard of that.
Well, that's because you don't buy cakes and pies and stuff
I
at
just
Kroger.
have never heard of Country Oven.
A Country Oven brand. Kroger initiated the recall earlier this month after metal pieces were discovered in some 19 food items. Metal pieces may have gotten into the starch during the baking process. Consumers are advised not to consume any of the items on the list and dispose of them as soon as possible. Quickly, I'll tell you what they are if you have any of these. Cinnamon rolls in 4-ounce and 2.5-ounce packages. White cake, chocolate cake, white vanilla cake, yellow vanilla cake, chocolate vanilla cake, yellow cake, bow tie Danish, cheese pocket. Can I have a cheese pocket, please? Yellow fudge cake, red velvet cake, marble cake, chocolate fudge cake, single slice, yellow caramel cake, single slice, caramel apple double layer cake, Boston cream cake, double layer cake, raspberry cake, and party balloon cake.
You know, that's why it's important you wear your magnetized bracelet. If you eat metal shavings, it'll pull it right out of your skin, right through your wrist.
That's absolutely true.
Right.
And if your magnetized wrist bracelet is causing you health problems, it's because of something you did, not me. I have the documents right here.
I like the party balloon cake. It's actually made of balloons, which is
little bits of balloon.
Yeah, balloons. So there's that, and then finally one more quick story. An Australian woman was, looking through. She had a package of broccoli, and she opened it up, and it had a live scorpion in there.
Ah.
Well, it's a known fact, Gina, that scorpions are fond of broccoli.
I didn't know that was a known fact. It was not known to me.
Yeah, most humans don't care for broccoli, but scorpions.
Scorpions love it.
Yeah, scorpions love it. They particularly like the roasted broccoli. If you have that, if you ever want to invite a scorpion to dinner, I would suggest serving broccoli because anyway, there you go.
You knew I was a scorpion when you invited me to dinner.
Yeah, exactly. There you go.
All right. Let's see. Do we need to do traffic again? I guess you're all right, aren't you?
Well, let me do just a quick.
Quick.
Just because there's issues. Crash reported northbound I-15 at the 215 overpass in Murray. The center lanes are currently blocked. We also have a crash northbound I-215 approaching 35th South exit in West Valley. Vehicles are blocking the right lane and shoulder, causing some delays there. And snow sticking to the roads up in Davis County. Also Sardine Canyon experiencing some snow issues this morning. All of that brought to you by Strong Volkswagen, winner of Dealer of the Year 5 years in a row. Get details and unlock stronger pricing at strongvw.com.
Did you see the police activity on 215 just past 4500 South exit? Northbound traffic backing up.
I
wonder what that is.
That's a texter sending that in as well. All right, we will take a break. We will be back. Right after these messages, it is your first word in the $1,000 a day giveaway, which we're doing. I'm not sure how much longer this contest lasts, but while it's here, take advantage of it, at least this week. So you can enter once here in just a few moments. But why just enter once when you can enter 5 more times after this time? All right, because it happens at 7, 9, and 11. And then again at 1, 3, and 5. We give you a word. You text it back to us. That is your entry to win the $1,000 that we're giving away today. So stay tuned for that. Also, Utah Word of the Day coming up. Hoops Vision Correction, HOOPES Vision.com.
Don't be afraid. Carrie was afraid to get the laser eye correction, and then when he finally did it, it was simple, wasn't it, Carrie?
It was very easy. I sent my wife in first, and she said, "Don't be an idiot." Here, smacked me on the head and said it didn't hurt.
Yeah,
it was just a little pressure. Everything's fine, and it was great.
And you get rid of your glasses and your contact lenses. Hoops has, with their Lasik procedure, has helped tens of thousands of nervous people enjoy visual freedom without the hassle and restriction of glasses or contact lenses. So what you need to do is schedule your Lasik consultation today at Hoops Vision. It's a free appointment. It's free consultation. They check your eyes and see if you're eligible for the procedure, and then if you are, they'll talk to you about scheduling it. So call 877-30-LASIK. That's 877-30-LASIK. Or you can book an appointment online at hoopsvision.com.
Hello, kiddies. It's me, your old friend, the bookkeeper. I'm here to help you with your taxes. Today, we're going to hear a tale from the old ledger which should simplify on how to fill out those pesky forms. Pay close attention now, so you won't have to pay even more later.
You can come on in now, Mr. Irvine.
Thank you. You can call me Lemar.
Lemar. Okay. My secretary said you had some questions concerning your tax forms?
Well, yeah. There ain't enough places on this here 1040A. I was wondering if there was a special form or maybe a separate schedule I should fill out.
Enough places for what?
My wives.
Oh, you should only list your current wife on your tax forms. Your ex-wife will have to file separately.
Ex-wife? I ain't never been divorced.
You have more than one wife.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. There ain't no place on this here farm to list all my wives. Not to mention the fact they don't leave you enough places to list your children either.
How many wives do you have?
6. But the 2 youngest haven't turned 18 yet, so I figure I'll list them as dependents.
Oh my. You're going to just have to list your first wife on your 1040, and then we'll file separate forms with the other ones, listing them as single head of household.
Well, now wait one darn minute there, Sonny. No woman of mine is going to claim to be the head of my household. I won't stand for it.
Now, it's only a classification. They won't really be heads of households. I mean, think of it. 5 women with no income and children to claim. You should get quite the refund, Lemar.
Lemar.
That
would be dishonest. I'm a God-fearing man. I couldn't cheat the government like that.
You do know that polygamy is against the law, don't you?
Yeah. Big refund, you say?
Very big.
Where do I sign?
You see, kiddies, everyone can get a refund just so you know which deductions to take. And if you're willing to sit through a very long audit. As for Lemar, prison might be a vacation when you compare it to having 6 wives reminding you to wipe your feet and take out the trash. Well, this is your old friend, the bookkeeper, reminding you that on midnight on April 15th, that is the cutoff.
I don't know how much longer we're doing this contest, so make the day today the day you are going to collect all 6 keywords. This is the day. This is your day. You are going to get that $1,000, and your best chance of that is by collecting all of the keywords and texting them in. Your first keyword of the day today is timing. Because timing's everything, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Timing. Timing, timing. You text that to 33986. That'll get your first entry of the day in the 1K a day cash bribe. Another word will be at 9-11-135. See all the official rules at x96.com.
There you go.
Utah word of the day.
Yes.
I was telling Gina before we started the show today, I said, would you read through that for me? And she said, oh yeah, I haven't read it yet. I'll do that. And I said, I just, not that I would change it, but I need an opinion.
Even if I had notes?
Yeah, probably wouldn't. Well, I might have. Yeah, I might have made a couple of quick changes. But what I realize I do with this, I don't know whether it's funny or... It's supposed to be funny if you haven't figured that out, ladies and gentlemen. It's
the idea is...
Yeah.
This is like a stand-up comedian starting his act with, here are the jokes, folks.
Yeah. So it's supposed to be funny, but when I sit down to write them right after I get done with the show on Monday, I don't feel like doing it. I'm tired, but I sit there at my computer and I just start writing, and I go into this kind of a trance. I'm not kidding, and I just start writing stuff. And every once in a while I have to stop and figure out where it's going, but then I just keep writing, and then I don't look at it after it's done. So I have no idea what it's like. I don't even remember it, which is weird. So
it was like a fresh read for you this morning.
Yeah, it was. And I didn't like it that much. But anyway, it's here and we should do it, I guess.
All right. Is it sponsored, Gina? Or is we just...
Brought to you by Radio from Hell Supplements. They're extra supplementy.
Mm-hmm.
These supplements will curb any homoerotic thoughts you may be having. I have the documents right here.
Right. I don't appreciate you making fun of him.
All right.
It's often said that the people of Utah speak a language all their own. It's a language that's often confusing and even incomprehensible to newcomers here in the Beehive State. So, Radio from Hell presents a handy guide to help everyone understand how the natives speak. It's the Utah word of the day. And today's word is...
Stime. S-T-I-M-E, Stime. Oh, and look who we have here to present this edition of Utah Word of the Day. It's Utah's least known mayor, the mayor of Mona, Don Criddle.
Hello. I'm the mayor of Mona, Utah, Don Criddle. Hello. And I'm here to present the official version of Mona Community Notes because I'm the mayor. And according to the city charter, it's one of the official duties of the mayor of Mona. So, hello, this is Mona Community Notes with me, the current and duly elected mayor of Mona, Don Criddle.
And I'm the son of the mayor of Mona, Denver Criddle. Being your son, does that make me junior mayor of Mona, Daddy?
Denver, I'm going to tell you the same thing I told your sister, Sissy, when she asked if she was the junior mayor of Mona, because she's my daughter and older than you are, Denver. And that answer that I gave to Sissy was no.
Well, that's because Sissy's a girl. That's the reason that Sissy can't be junior mayor, isn't it, Daddy? Because she's a girl, right?
Well, no, not precisely. Sissy is a girl, but I mean, there's never been a girl junior mayor of Mona, but that ain't the reason.
Well, then what is the reason that me or Sissy can't be junior mayor, Daddy?
Because there ain't no such thing as junior mayor, Denver.
Oh.
We got an assistant mayor, no junior mayor. You know, the assistant mayor, Denver, he's my son-in-law.
I wondered why LeGrand was always in the city offices, Daddy.
Well, your sister Paulie's husband don't live in Mona, but the mayor, me, Don Criddle, can pick anyone he wants to be assistant, and I chose him, mainly because your sister, Sissy, wanted him out of the house as much as possible.
Oh, Daddy. I didn't know that Polly was having marriageable problems.
Well, she ain't having domestic trouble, son. I mean, LeGrand is just kind of annoying, as you know, and she likes to get him out of the house. And that pal of his, LeVar, well, he's a mooch, so Polly likes to keep them apart as much as possible. A bit enough of this, Denver. It's time to let the folks know what's going on in our fair city. It's time for Mona Community Notes.
It's time to let the folks know what's going on in Mona, Utah this week, Daddy.
I just said that, Denver.
All right, I knew I heard it somewhere.
This week, it's time for all Monans to get their dog licenses renewed. In association with that, the city is offering $8 spay and neutralizing of your pets. That will be available at the City Rec Center this Saturday from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m.
Hey, Daddy, what about Clyden? It's time to get Clyden spayed and neutralized.
Clyden is a turtle, Denver. Clyden is your pet turtle. We don't do that to turtles.
Oh, well, it don't sound fun. Clyden's going to be relieved when I tell him. Oh, it's time to wrap it up, ain't it, Daddy?
Past time. I'm Mayor Mona Dawn Criddle, and this has been Mona Community Notes.
Join us again some other time as we examine how the Utah natives speak with the Utah word of the day.
See why I don't reread. You see why I don't reread these?
You got too many characters.
There are only 2 characters in it.
Well, you got Polly and Sissy.
They're not in it.
You mixed up Polly and Sissy. You mixed up who?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did.
Polly is my daughter. Polly is my daughter, and Sissy is my daughter.
But you
Polly
said
is Sissy. Sissy's older. What?
You said Sissy was LeGrand's wife, not Polly.
No, did I? Well, I misread it then, because it says here Polly. If I said Sissy, I misread it.
Not that it matters.
We just all one big happy family, Daddy. Doors open, tables open.
You know, and what the hell are you doing tracing the genealogy of this stupid sketch?
Genealogy is very important, Daddy. It's important to know where we come from.
All right, Denver.
I'd like to know where I come from.
But you know what, Denver? You was given a monkey gave birth to you, Denver.
I didn't come out of no monkey's butthole.
Yes, you did, Denver. I was there the day it happened.
What kind of monkey, Daddy? Please say it was a baboon.
No,
please, because Denver, the ancient Egyptians said that the baboons was wise.
Denver, it was a macaque.
Is that like a baboon, Daddy?
No.
That sounds like a rooster and a monkey hybrid.
I'm sorry, Denver. It was, like, all I can tell you, it was a macaque.
Is that some kind of Island of Dr. Moreau thing?
Where is a boy like you learning anything about Egyptians or Dr. Moreau? You don't read.
I go to the public library in Mona, Daddy. And the librarian reads to me.
There ain't no books in that library.
Well, I don't know what she's reading to me then.
We haven't been able to afford them yet. We're going to have to levy a tax so that we can afford books for the library. It's the library, not the library.
Is that how books wind up in the library, Daddy?
That's right. That's right. Taxes pay for them. So far, the Monans have voted that down. Every time I want to levy a tax for the library, they vote it down.
They just have a Farmer's Almanac. That's the only book they have in the Mona.
Yeah. And videos.
Yep.
They got DVDs. That's why the Blockbuster went out of business, because you could get them at the library.
You know, somebody asked me the other day, they said, Dawn, how long have you been mayor? And I said, 12 years. And they said, how long you think you're going to be mayor? And I said, as long as I want to. I'm telling you, I believe the Monans don't dare vote for somebody else. Last time they tried to run a pig against me because they thought it'd be funny. But it wasn't funny. People voted for me, Dawn Criddle.
That was an awfully charming pig, though, Daddy.
He was. He was a charming pig.
Yeah.
I believe his name was Sam. He was delicious.
You ate him when he lost the election.
Yes, I did.
Now, people are wondering if the information about getting their dogs fixed in Mona is accurate.
Yes, it is.
Oh, is it?
Of course
Are they really doing that? Really?
Yes.
Of course it is.
Yes, it is.
Bill does his research.
I did some research.
He may not have the genealogy right, but he's got this.
It seems to me the licensing, I read it yesterday, I think, to license your animal, and it said annual. So apparently you have to license dogs every year. You don't have to do that in Salt Lake, do you? You have to license them every year, and when you license them, if you want to get them spayed or neuter, it's $8.
I don't think I have licenses for my dogs. I have like the rabies shots and things like that.
Well, that's what I was going to say. I think that's what that is. Once you get the rabies, that's how they're licensed.
That's also a license.
Mm-hmm. It used to be that you had to have a license and proof of that, but nobody got everybody would get on the license. And, what are you going to do?
They give you a little tag to put on their.
Do they?
A rabies tag. Yeah.
Both my dogs have those. Yeah. They're heart-shaped.
It's not how we do it in Mona.
Traffic, Gina, please.
Legacy Parkway slick with snow sticking to sides of the road. Slow down your speeds through that area. Also, we've got a crash northbound I-15 at Bangor Highway exit. Single vehicles on the right shoulder. Highway Patrol not even on the scene there yet. Crash reported at the 215 overpass in Murray. I-15 northbound center lanes are affected there. And the further north you go, you're going to experience some fog in places, some snow, and some slick spots in places. And heard from some friends of the program confirming that up by Logan. Some people saying there was some slick spots up there. So just remember, give yourself a little extra time, a little extra space. Make sure your lights are on. All of that is helpful. So if you see something, text us 33986. For over 65 years, they've been part of your community. The name is changing. Commitment to you is not. Welcome to You First, YouFirstCU.com.
I'm getting different reports about dog licensing from everywhere now. In Murray, we have to pay a fee every year to relicense our dog. You still have to register your dog. I got in trouble a while ago for it. I guess I better check on that.
Okay.
Boners round one coming up. Here are the candidates you will be considering. Number 1, bacon blow up at the Waffle House. Number 2, I'm pretty sure this isn't alleged racism. And boner candidate number 3, we're not going to hire you if you had that many periods.
Boners round 1, and also some stories that you need to be aware of, things that are happening today, and all that coming up, all that and more. ranlife.com/x96.
Yeah, ranlife.com/x96 is where you go. An offer for X96 listeners only. You can become a customer of Life without having to be a returning customer, which is the way Ran Life, a local mortgage company, has always done it in the past. If you refinance a mortgage with them, or if you get a brand new mortgage with them, it used to be that if you had to return as a customer and do another refinance or something, and then they'd make you a customer for life, which gives you all kinds of discounts at Ran Life. But now you can be a customer for life on the first go. So just go to x96.com, or ranlife.com/x96, and fill out a little form there, and you'll be a customer for life if you decide to go with Ran Life.
So we're in the back porch and look over, and Bri says, I just saw a critter. Was not specific because he knows how she feels. And that was that. So Sunday morning we wake up. Morning's going fine. Mm-hmm. Everything's good. Making coffee, the whole thing. Mm-hmm. And then I hear Sue screaming.
Oh, jeez. Uh-oh.
And I come into the kitchen and she's looking out the back window. And I run to the window to see my 2 dogs in a tug-of-war.
Really?
With a rat.
Was it still alive?
The rat was wounded. So I go running out there, and it's like, get inside, get inside, get inside. And so
we got a couple of little ratters.
So we close the doggy door. Sue immediately brushes their teeth and cleans their faces.
Yeah.
So she can, get loves. And so I'm now rat patrol. So the rat's lying there, and it's wounded. And and I'm like, it's still alive. But I look at it, and it looks pretty bad. So I figure I'll leave it alone for a half hour, and it'll die. And then I'll, get a sack and pick it up. Go back out a half hour later. It's actually looking a little better. Wow. It's rolled over on its belly. It's still not walking because I think its legs are broken.
Oh, God.
Oh, jeez.
And
I feel bad for the poor rat.
I do too, and then I'm like, I'm going to have to dispatch the rat, aren't I? I'm going to have to, because it's in pain, it's suffering.
Go get your gun.
So just wait for 4 turtles to show up.
Yeah. So I went and I got my Daisy Red Ryder BB gun.
Oh, shoot your eye out.
Well, I cocked it and put it right to its head. I had to dispatch the rat. And even then, I couldn't pick it up right away. I'm going to let it. I'll be back in a bit. And so I come back like 20 minutes later, and it was starting to stiffen up already. That was pretty fast. But end of the story is Sue is putting our house up for sale. And
truly, some people would.
What she doesn't know is that I've been keeping this secret from her ever since we moved there. I mean, it is the mountain. It's happening. Now, our Artie, our original dog, was never curious about exploring the backyard. He wasn't interested in getting into the shrubs or the trees or anything, so I was able to put, traps out there and I took care of the rat problem for quite a while. But now I have curious dogs, and I can't do that because Ripley will...
They'll get in the trap.
Ripley will find the trap, and so I don't need that. But, yeah, Hudson was high on adrenaline for the rest of the... rest of the day.
Killer.
He just did that. That stirred something in him.
You should have seen my cat with a beetle yesterday. Man, did that cat go to town? A killer. Little beetle.
Okay. 7:20 right now.
You need a stretch, Bill? You need to...
Something, yeah.
You want someone to come walk on your back?
No, God, no.
No?
No, I got screws in there. Screws and metal plates and all kinds of stuff. No.
Okay.
That would be awful. Now, I used to, in the old days, my ex-wife, I'd say, and she was a slight woman, not very big, but I'd say, walk on my back, and at first she'd go, no, what? No, no, I'm afraid I'm going to hurt you, no. And then finally she got used to doing it, and I loved it.
Not now.
No.
All right.
No, nobody's going to walk on this back. Don't tread on me.
They might cut themselves.
Yeah.
Well, metal parts.
Shouldn't leave them screws sticking out like that.
Well, they're not quite sticking out, but if you really want to feel my back, you know that place where I've had all the trouble. I feel it every once in a while. I'll reach around. First of all, there's a hole there.
That never closed, really?
Well, no, it's healed up, but it's a huge divot.
The divot?
It's like a belly button on my back almost.
Wow.
It's weird.
I got one of those. I got one of those right here from a gastric tube that was pulled out and never quite healed right.
Yeah, that's what I've got. And then if you feel it, it's just like, I don't know how to describe it. It's like a washboard, with ridges on it. It's like there's a whole section of my lower back that's just covered with scars.
Wow.
I went to a doctor a year ago before I had this last surgery to have her look at my back, and I think I told you this, and she said, well, let me take a look and lift up your shirt, and then she went, wow, there have been a lot of people messing around back here.
Poor dear. Did she pat you?
Almost. Almost.
Poor dear.
Yeah, she said, you've been through it, haven't you? I said, yeah. She said, well, you're going to have to go through it again.
All right. Well, let's get to it again with Boners Round 1. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. You'll decide with your votes of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and get that chance to become boner of the day. 2 candidates now, a third in a bit here. Once you've heard all 3, you'll vote. One of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
I can't buy it. Got to win it. Radio from Hell boner T-shirt.
Boner candidate number 1, a humorous candidate in the bunch. Bacon blow up at the Waffle House. A Florida man is behind bars after getting so angry about the bacon at the Waffle House. Cape Coral police arrested Martin Alvarez on Wednesday after he had just a complete meltdown over the cooking of his bacon order. According to police, Mr. Alvarez was shirtless, which is kind of it's de rigueur for the Waffle House.
You don't need a shirt to eat at the Waffle House?
In Florida.
Yeah. No. He was shirtless and yelling racial slurs at the employees. When police attempted to arrest Mr. Alvarez, he resisted. He was threatened with a taser. They finally did subdue him without the taser. He just had this incredible blow up over bacon at the Waffle House.
Well, what else was he supposed to do? Ask for different bacon?
By the way, he was intoxicated. That's boner candidate number 1. Speaking of the Waffle House, Gina, make sure you inform your son, Festus, who's in the Navy and stationed in Jacksonville, Florida, that they're having special Valentine's reservations at the Waffle House, so he could take his beloved for Valentine's Day.
Oh, nice.
To the Waffle House. They give you heart-shaped waffles, and it's a wonderful thing. So,
and you don't have to wear a shirt.
You don't. So. Neither of them.
No.
Neither he or his wife have to wear a shirt. It's fine. Here's boner candidate number 2. I'm pretty sure this isn't just alleged racism. Utah County.
Oh.
A video posted to social media appears to show an incident of racism and bullying on a school bus in Utah County. And the headline says, School District and Sheriff's Office investigating alleged racist bullying on school bus. This don't sound alleged to me. The video was posted publicly on Snapchat. It shows middle school children gathering around a black student while the bus is moving. One boy is heard saying, black guy, look at this," as the boys surround the student, and some are seen on the video poking him. The student says, "Don't touch me, stop touching me." The video lasts several seconds. Alpine School District, Utah County? Oh, yeah, that's right. Utah
That's Lehigh-ish.
Yeah. Says that it's investigating the incident. In my mind, I transposed it to Davis County. That's why.
Because most of the racism was coming from there.
It seems to have been.
And now it's Utah County making up for it.
I would like to take these kids by the scruff of the neck off the bus and make them sit on the curb and call their parents and show their parents the video and say, "Your little turd right here, here's what he did. And I bet he learned it from you. So let's have a conversation about that."
Well, his parents are probably good Americans. Their parents are probably good Americans, Gina. Good conservative Americans.
Just like Mitch McConnell said.
Yeah, did you hear Mitch? Number two is, I'm pretty sure this isn't alleged racism. Did you see Mitch McConnell trying to correct his statement?
Oh, did we mishear him? Did we mishear him?
No. He said, so what he said was, do you have the exact quote, Carrie?
A couple of days ago I did, yeah.
He said...
he said African Americans vote in just as high as numbers as Americans. That's what he said.
So, just as high as number as Americans. He clarified it. He said, I misspoke. I left out the word almost. Where in that quote is the word almost supposed to go?
That doesn't fix any. It doesn't matter where you put it. It doesn't fix it.
As maybe he said as almost Americans. Almost.
And even the term African American, there are black people from all kinds of places that aren't Africa. So even that term isn't super accurate.
All right. Anyway, coming up, boner candidate number 3. We won't hire you if you have that many periods. Geez, that'll come up after this information here, because this is a story for you, Gina, and I'm going to hold the sponsor for a second, because I want your reaction to this story before that.
Before this,
yeah, because I don't want you distracted. I want the impact of this.
I'm focused. What is it?
A man who suffered an apparent workplace injury. Again, apparent. It was obviously a workplace injury. Was rescued in Maine after he was spotted walking down the street with his severed arm in his other hand.
Wow.
2 public works employees sanding the sidewalks in Lewiston, Maine, intervened and applied tourniquets to the victim after they saw him stumbling along Maple Street. Probably saved his life, said the police. The man reportedly had suffered the gruesome injury while working with a bandsaw at a general store in town. A blood trail on the sidewalk led to the business. The man was taken to Central Maine Medical Center, where he underwent surgery and was expected to survive. The 2 workers who helped the man were at the right place at the right time, and they saved his life. Now, it doesn't say here whether they managed to reattach the arm or not. I mean, God bless him, he had presence of mind to, I better take this with me.
They might be able to reattach it.
I can't remember who it was. I knew somebody who cut their thumb off with a saw and had the presence of mind to pick it up and wrap it up in some... Oh, it was somebody who... A listener years ago, and he texted us or faxed us all these gruesome pictures of his accident. Do you remember that?
Kinda.
But he had the presence of mind to pick up the thumb and wrap it up, and he got it, so he had it reattached. Anyway, now sponsor. I wanted your just
undivided
reaction.
attention.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you searching for Pokemon? Locally owned Haster Games has the best selection of Pokemon, Dungeons and Dragons, Magic, and more. Shop online at HasterGames.com or visit the store 6831 South State. Curbside service is available.
I really love Emma Thompson. I think she's a wonderful actor.
Yes.
I think she's smart and attractive, and everything about her I like. She is in a new movie called Good Luck to You, Leo Grand, and it's being shown at the Sundance Film Festival, and apparently she has a nude scene. And she's 62 years old, and she said, this was really difficult for me.
I'm sure.
She said, it's very challenging to go nude at 62. She said, my character stands in front of a mirror alone and just drops her robe and looks at herself in the mirror. Emma Thompson says she believes documentation of natural bodies is important, adding that she likely would not have been able to do the nude scene at any other stage of her life. She said, she's saying I couldn't have done it when I was younger.
Like mentally she couldn't have done it?
Yeah, but she said, it was very, very challenging. There's a new TV show that sounds pretty interesting to me, Murderville. Have you heard about this?
Oh, yeah.
It's a detective played by Will Arnett, and who is really funny. I've been listening to the podcast he does called Smartless with Jason Bateman and what's his name from Will and Grace, the Sean. What's his name? Anyway, they're Sean Hayes, yeah, and apparently they're longtime friends, the three of them, and they interview other celebrities and so forth. And he's very funny on that, just spontaneously. But here he plays a homicide detective. And then there are all kinds of celebrity guests. It's a comedy, 6 episodes, and they will have people, already set. Conan O'Brien, Ken Jeong, Annie Murphy, and Kumail Nanjiani, Marshawn Lynch, and Sharon Stone.
Lynch?
Yeah, Marshawn Lynch and Sharon Stone. They're all in a trailer. If you want to look for it, it's called Murderville. This is
and just to go back to that, the interesting thing I think about that show is
I was going to say, yeah,
the guests aren't given a script.
Oh, I didn't read that.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's ad-libbed, and
it's like you're supposed to ad-lib and help me solve this crime.
Yeah.
Cool. That'll be well done, I think. Will Arnett is really good at that.
It's based on a British show, apparently.
Yeah. A new version. This is really great news. A new version of the highly contagious Omicron variant of coronavirus has been spreading in parts of Asia and Africa. The World Health Organization recommended Monday that officials begin investigating its characteristics to determine whether it poses new challenges for already weary pandemic nations. We don't know much about it, is the
Great.
thing.
Thanks,
So
Bill.
it's a new variant of coronavirus.
Why is this show so political?
I don't know.
Anders Forngaard, a respected virologist in Denmark, says the world is 5 steps behind the coronavirus already.
5 steps?
It's way ahead of us and doing its thing, doing things that we haven't really figured out yet. There's a bill in the Utah State Legislature to ensure that indigenous students from across Utah can wear their tribal regalia during high school graduations if they want.
Of course they should be able to do that.
That unanimously passed the Senate Education Committee on Monday. Representative Angela Romero, Democrat, Salt Lake, sponsoring it. It's known as the Student Tribal Regalia Use Amendment. Last week, the bill unanimously passed the House, now goes to the Senate, and then will go to the governor for signing. There hasn't been any really opposition to the bill. But there, in the past, and we've had the stories when Native people have tried to wear, Native students have tried to wear feathers or necklaces representing their tribes. Schools have said, no, you can't do that. Everybody has to be the same.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, which is stupid. So they're going to work on that. Hill Air Force Base pilot is going to be one of the pilots in a flyover at the Super Bowl. They have the flyover while they're doing the national anthem, and these jets fly over.
I don't think she's just one of them. I think she's the head one.
The flyover above SoFi Stadium will involve 5 different types of aircraft flying in formation from Air Force bases in 5 different states. The F-35A Lightning II, flown by Major Kristen Bayo-Wolf, will be in the formation. She leads the F-35A Lightning demonstration team, which is based at Hill. So she leads that team at Hill. I don't know if she's leading this flyover, but she's the boss of the team at Hill, and that's pretty.
That is cool.
Let's see. Oh, University of Utah researchers, this is great news for women. University of Utah health researchers are really looking into this. They think they're close. Contraceptive gel for men. They're looking for 12 couples to help with the study. Gina, why don't you and Joe?
No.
Carrie, you and Sue.
No.
So,
why don't you? Why are you pushing this off on us? Why don't you do it?
It wouldn't matter. All I have down there, all that comes out is dust anymore. So it's just, I don't have any baby making stuff. It's just dust. So it's I have been not circumcised.
You're neutered. You're neutered.
I've been neutralized.
Okay.
Yeah. So that. No.
Are you licensed, though, Daddy?
Hey, they did it for $8, which is really nice.
There you go.
Are we out of time here?
That's good.
Okay.
Weather traffic.
Yeah, so a little bit of snow is in the weather and is affecting traffic, actually. We've actually got quite a bit of traffic trouble. I'll just skip right to that. That snow is actually mostly north of Salt Lake City. Crash northbound I-15 5th West in Bountiful. 2 right lanes are blocked. Traffic is getting by in the 2 left lanes. Legacy Parkway is slick with snow sticking to the sides of the road. Slow down your speeds for safety through there. Bumper-to-bumper traffic heading northbound on I-15 through Midvale. It's going to take you an extra 10 or so minutes to get from 90th south to Salt Lake. That crash in Murray causing major issues there. Let me check our message stream because you friends of the program are so nice sending us in traffic alerts. Good morning. It's almost full stop. I-215 heading east around 20th East, moving very slowly through there. Thank you, whoever sent that in at 33986. We appreciate it. Let us know what you're seeing out there. For over 65 years, they've been a part of your community. While the name is changing, commitment to you is not. Welcome to You First, YouFirstCU.com.
All right. Here's boner candidate number 3. We won't hire you if you have that many periods. This is just kind of funny. The woman in question is the boner candidate for what she mistakenly did. She applied for around 60 jobs and did not hear back from a single one of them. And then she was mortified when she realized that what she had sent with her application was not her resume. Ashley Keenan had shared with all of those 60 job possibilities her period tracker. She had accidentally attached to all of her job applications her period tracker rather than a rundown of her qualifications. Quote, I will never forget applying for jobs when I was 17 for months and months and never hearing anything back, only to realize about 60 applications later I was attaching my period tracker and not my curriculum vitae. She said she said, finally, I was mortified, but then now I get a laugh out of it. But at the time, it was very embarrassing. She didn't hear back from any of them because, they said, we're not going to hire you if you have that many periods.
Yeah.
Number 3.
Let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1, bacon blow up at the Waffle House. A Florida man arrested after, a bacon blow up at the Waffle House. He was upset with the way his bacon was cooked. Boner candidate number 2, I'm pretty sure this isn't just alleged racism. Down in Utah County, the Alpine School District and the Sheriff's Office are investigating racist bullying on a Utah County school bus. And boner candidate number 3, we won't hire you if you have that many periods.
Okay, here we go. This is round 1 of your boner voting. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates which one is the worst. Which one of these 3 should go forward to boner fight and get that chance to become boner of the day. Winning here secures it a spot in Boner Dome. And then we have round 2 at 8:20 with 3 more candidates. We'll get another winner there. We'll take both winners and put them against each other in Boner Dome at 9:20 is when you'll vote for Boner of the Day. So let's get this going with round 1. 1, 2, or 3. Send one of these 3 candidates forward. Put that single digit in the message of a text and then text that to 33986. Easy. Or you can call the producer's booth in Salt Lake and just tell them 877-602-9696. Your voice vote is welcome. Or you can go online, x96.com, look for the box that says Boner Voting January 25, 2022, and vote there. If you don't see that box when you get to our website, refresh your internet browser. It should appear. Click Vote Easy. You have only until the end of these messages to do it, so I'd get a move on. This is round one.
Well, Punk, let's get to the movie review, shall we?
There we go.
That's why nothing to spend in the summer in and out of health facilities, like 18 Fingers of Death.
So, tell us who stars in this opus.
Well, this is the only movie that's better than 17 Fingers of Death.
Yeah.
It stars James Liu.
Oh, so this is a sequel then?
Yeah.
Yep.
He's Buford, the down-and-out action hero.
James Liu, okay.
Okay.
And we got Maurice Patton.
Yeah.
He's Ronald Mack, the college student and wannabe director.
Okay.
Lisa Arturo.
Nope.
She's Sushi Q, the Honorable Fortune Cookie CEO.
Okay.
Pat Morita.
Oh, well, there's a name I recognize. Arnold from Happy Days.
So I know this movie's at least a year old, right?
Exactly. Well, I noticed he's got lots of others that are in post-production.
Oh, God. All right.
He's the humble restaurateur. We got Lorenzo Lamas.
Lorenzo
Lamas, yeah.
He's a Antonio Bandana, the singing martial artist.
Okay.
Robin Shue.
This sounds like just a great movie.
Oh, yeah.
He's Jackie Chong.
Yeah.
And we got Charlie George Brown as Chuck Snorris.
Chuck Snorris. Okay.
Oh, God.
And Kurt Graves as Steven Seafood.
Okay. Tell us the plot of 18 Fingers of Death.
Well, as far as I can tell, this guy starred in 803 of the finest action movies ever filmed, but he's come up with a script for what could be his breakout role. But when the producers back out and pull his funding, he's forced to pull out the "Will Work for Kung Fu for Money" sign and sell his Kung Fu movie memorabilia in order to get enough money to make a movie in 1 week for the Sundance Film Festival.
God.
And they managed to get like about 90 minutes out of this?
Yep.
Jeez.
A full 90 minutes.
All right, have you got a scene from 18 Fingers of Death?
Yeah, I thought I'd give you a little Pat Morita.
Okay.
Oh, good. Pat Morita.
There we go.
Oh, Mr. Lee, listen, I've always been wanting to know, do you have Chinese Jews? Chinese Jews? Oh, very sorry today, so no Chinese Jew. We only have the apple Jews and the orange Jews.
Oh, man.
Jeez. This is worse than I even dreamed.
Yep. What are you giving this movie, Punk?
I'm actually giving it 3.5 Prozac.
What? It's the pills talking, Punk.
It's the prednisone. I think it's the prednisone. For digging up guano, lining up to fight. You can only fight the good guy one at a time.
That's
you
right.
have to circle him.
Yeah.
Feathered hair, the drunken bastard, Bong Fu the series, a wicker basket beaten, bow tie in the kitchen, cowboy Fu, a fallen in love montage, an attack midget, and yes, learning to speak out of sync.
Learning to speak out of sync. All right, and what junk food are you going to have while you watch this movie?
I think you need to gather a few Lynn Wilson's meat and cheese burritos with extra cheese and onions. You can mix in the Durkin's French fried onions as you need. A nice meatball hero, some Rainbow Twizzlers, a bunch of Starburst, Reese's Pieces, a bag of Honorable Fortune cookies, and, yes, a nice cold canister of Lost Energy drink.
All right, Punk.
Wow, sounds lovely.
For those of you that are lost.
All right.
18 Fingers of Death.
The movie that's better than 17 Fingers of Death.
That Adele is something, isn't she?
7:47, time to award. Round one of your boners.
And round one of the boners is brought to you in part by fettuccine, artichoke, and Parmesan fettuccine. Yeah.
And Valentine's Day is the big game of romance. You always go with the best players. That would be Lim Jewelers and their selection of exquisite gemstones. Go team! LimJewelers.com.
Really no contest here. I expected that. The bacon blow-up at the Waffle House was the clear winner. No. They only got 7 votes.
Oh.
The woman who accidentally sent out her period schedule instead of her resume to job applications, she got 27 votes. And I don't know which one Marissa voted for, but she did win a boner T-shirt. But she probably voted along with 219 other people for boner candidate number 2.
Wow. Oh, the show is so political. Here's your winner of round one. It now goes forward to boner fight. It might be boner of the day. We'll see. Round 2 happens at 8:20. 3 more candidates. Another winner there. Send that one forward as well. Both winners meet in Boner Dome at 9:20. That's when you'll decide boner of the day with your votes. Stick around.
So we had that story, I don't know if it was yesterday. Yeah, yesterday I think it was. That Salt Lake City Councilman Dave
Alvord.
Mm-hmm. Was talking about that the masculinity is extinct.
Yeah, masculine males, or they're going extinct.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
He was making a Twitter joke about...
Well, I think he means it, because on Twitter, they did some deep dive into David Alvord's past posts.
Yeah.
Oh, he's serious. He's not joking.
Yeah.
Well, he's a fellow conservative.
And so I asked the question, well, what makes a man masculine? What does that look like? How do I...
And the answer I gave yesterday is the same today. Look at me. That's what makes a man man. That's all you got to do is look at me.
That didn't do it for me. And I got an email from a friend of the program. I don't know if they want me to read their name, so I won't. But they said, yesterday you were asking for a definition of the masculine male human, and I'm going to recommend this book as a possible source for definition. Since you frequently express a sincere desire to understand those with whom you disagree, and that's true, I do, I thought you might appreciate the explanations this author had on the evolution of Christianity over the last several decades. That was, for me, probably the most eye-opening book I read last year. And then there's a link. And the book is called Jesus and John Wayne, How White Evangelicals Corrupted a Faith and Fractured a Nation. And I wrote this friend of the program back, and I said, yes, thank you. I am always trying to understand things that seem illogical to me. I appreciate you. And I said, before I read the book, tell me if I'm right. The white evangelical man's favorite Jesus story is the one where he throws the money changers out of the temple, because that's the most violent Jesus you get. That's the most masculine Jesus.
That's the cool Jesus, Gina.
You get. And this friend of the program said, well, obviously, that's the real Jesus. He who was without sin cast the first stone. That Jesus doesn't really exist.
The ass-kicking Jesus.
But the ass-kicking Jesus, they probably like that story. But what happened after that story is Jesus' mom pulled him aside and said, Jesus, use your words. And then that's what he did for the rest of
his life. He didn't resort to violence.
That's not true.
Yeah, David Alvord is that. He's not joking. He's that guy. There was a post that I saw. He says, you know what the Democrats and the left want is all of us to be the same color. They want us all to be the same color.
Well, actually, I kind of want that. Yeah.
Well, that's not a very good conservative view.
I think all of us should be just a nice shade of beige.
I like all the different colors.
Well, one day we will all be...
I appreciate all the different colors.
One day, if we make it as a species, we will all be one color.
Listen, I'm the slab, and I just say, turn the other cheek, Jesus was a pansy. All right? See my booth at AlphaCon. I'll be standing right outside the bathrooms telling real men not to go into the bathrooms because a real man can hold his urine. That's what I'll be doing. I'm the slab.
And his booth has a big sign that says, Jesus wasn't a pansy. What? So you have a list about this, Gina? You said you had a list. No?
No, you have
just
a
that
list.
email. You have the list.
I see.
I thought the email was the lead into the list that you
Okay.
had.
Well, I have a list.
Please, you guys are straying from the script. All right, I'm gonna put the political script back if you guys don't follow. So.
5 questions that a man should never ask his girlfriend.
Okay.
Okay? It's a list because, well, you know, people love lists.
That's what I'm told.
Yeah.
That's what the.
So here we are.
We hope you'd enjoyed another list.
Oh, wait, wrong one.
Hasn't happened yet.
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
There we go.
So it says here, and I don't necessarily hold any truck with this, but a lot of women are hard to read. You can never contemplate what they want, what pisses them off, and why they behave the way they do sometimes. And your only option is to ask point blank. Now, that's probably a good bit of advice. If you are unclear as to what your partner is feeling or wants, ask.
So wait, we're supposed to talk to women?
Having good communications, asking questions is the code to understanding your partner better.
Not on the slabs watch.
But here are 5 questions you should avoid asking your girlfriend, or I suppose your wife, but your girlfriend in particular, at any cost. Never ask any one of these 5 things. And Gina, you react. Pretend that you're an unmarried person. You're a girlfriend.
Okay.
Okay?
All right.
And I ask you, so how many guys have you been with? Not a good thing to ask, is it?
No.
But how many? No. Okay,
What's your girlfriend?
Yeah. Here's number 2. Okay, pretend that you're my girlfriend.
I'm okay.
Okay, I know it's a stretch, but do
Yeah,
it. Okay.
I'm an actress.
Yeah. Let's use the Stanislavski method and get through this list. Here we go. Number 2. Am I better in bed or hotter than your previous boyfriend?
Don't ask me that.
Yeah, no.
You don't want to know the answer to that.
No. Yeah, you don't. Number 3.
Actually, I'm getting a feeling all of these are going to be you don't want to know the answer to that.
They are.
Now this one I'm not sure. It says never ask about a past tragedy or heartbreak.
She should bring it up.
If you notice that she mentioned a bad experience in the past and then dodged any further conversation about it, don't bring it up.
Yeah, if she wants to talk about it, she'll bring it up. I agree with that.
Give her time to open up and make it about herself. Yeah. Number 4, this is a good one. Okay, you're my girlfriend, Gina.
All right.
I'm just wondering why you're so emotional all the time.
Yeah, that always goes over well.
Or they also
That's a kind way to put it.
They also put with that, why are you so lazy?
You should never ask anybody.
No.
Well,
it's not a female
tell
specific
that to my
question.
wife. No. And here's the final one. You're my girlfriend.
All right.
I'm going to ask you, how I mean, you're not really romantic enough. How come you aren't really romantic?
Well, it's because I want to break up with you, and I'm done.
Oh no!
Sorry, Bill.
We hope you'd enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
It's a short relationship.
Yeah, that's really what the answer would be if you ask that.
All right, traffic, Gina, please.
Yeah, Katie's brother says there's black iced 215 East between 20th and 62nd exit. They just watched 2 cars spin out, barely missed them. Thank you for that, and that kind of is what everybody's experiencing, it looks like. Crash I-215 eastbound near the Highland Drive exit. Vehicles are on the right shoulder, one facing sideways. Snow has completely covered the lanes. Roadway is just not visible on 215 around Cottonwood Heights. Traffic is crawling between Highland Drive and 41st South exit. So the snow has started affecting traffic in Salt Lake County, it looks like. Many roads have icy and or dusting of snow. It's making for a slick commute and slower speeds. I don't think we were expecting it to be this bad this morning, but it's not a lot of snow, but it's enough that it's making things slick, especially on overpasses. Crashed northbound I-15 5th West in Bountiful. 2 right lanes are blocked. Traffic is getting by in 2 left lanes there. And let me check our message stream quickly. No, but if you see something and it's safe for you to text, that's hard to do when it's slick out there. But if you find yourself, or maybe your passenger can text in what they're seeing, 33986 is where you do that.
All right, let's see. It's 7:58, KXRK Provo. We will take a break. We will be back. Our son Kyle will be on the phone. See how he's doing. And we got round 2 your boners coming up. Stand by. X96.
Gina's back. So anyway, so anyway,
Carrie walked in and he said, "You're walking like some of your."
You're walking like somebody who had their guts ripped out.
You're walking like your insides are all wrong.
You know, because she was doing this.
Yeah.
And I started to tell Carrie, and then I said, "Wait, I'll tell you on the radio." What you should never do is go on message boards about surgery.
You should never go on message boards about anything. I don't care if it's the Incredible Hulk or surgery.
Well,
you just don't.
You know what you should do?
Yeah.
But you're curious, you want to hear what other people's experiences are and what their recovery is, and
what happened?
And well, before the surgery, I went on a message board, and somebody was asking the question, well, what fills in the hole where they take out what they take out? And
there's a hole there.
Well, the response was.
Well, now
the response was
the uterus is what we're talking about.
Yes.
And Gina's uterus weighed 43 pounds, which is
amazing.
It was the size of a medicine ball.
It was prize winning.
I'm a size 2 now because but they remove it, and the way the person in the message board explained it is, well, it's pictured just having a big bowl of spaghetti and just taking a big scoop out of the bowl of spaghetti. It just kind of fills in where the hole is.
But that just takes a second.
Like spaghetti.
Kind of goopy.
You just watch the spaghetti fill in. It just takes a second.
Like biscotti.
So this is what I'm picturing my insides are like, a big bowl of
spaghetti. Well, they're very much like that. Yeah. Surgeons train on spaghetti. Yeah, you didn't know that?
They do meatball.
They
do. Delicious marinara sauce.
That's why there's so many fat doctors.
And then they all have lunch. Well, we've trained on the spaghetti. Let's eat it.
Yeah.
This is what I'm picturing when they're wheeling me into surgery.
And you know what they did with your uterus?
Lunch.
Yeah.
Spaghetti.
There's lunch. Who brought the marinara?
And so also on the message board you look at what's recovery like for this.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm sure it's different for everyone.
Exactly.
And
no, I'm sure it's speedy and efficient.
It's different for everyone, but the worst one will be
on the message
what
board.
Gina has.
Well, I mean, it can't be the worst because I'm back to work now.
There will be people. There have to be people on the message boards who say, "Oh, I was cleaning my house 3 days later."
Yeah, there's that.
Why, I ran a marathon.
Right. and then there's it's been 3 months and I still feel like crap, and usually the truth is somewhere in between.
Can we use the term vaginal prolapse in any?
I don't know.
Is that do we need to use that term?
We shouldn't.
Somebody's posted it. I don't think we should.
That's the thing that happens to the women that have 15 babies.
Oh.
And the
Ooh.
And the uterus climbs out on its own.
That ain't no damn good.
That's what that is.
That's where that needs to be fixed.
But it's nice to be back. I missed you guys.
Okay. Is this a sponsored feature? Is this...
No, let's just dive right in.
Okay. I don't have the theme music ready.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
Well,
sorry.
why don't you... I'll sort of stammer here for a second and stumble like I don't know what I'm doing while you get that music ready, and then give me the signal that you're ready while I stammer and stumble along here like a... You're okay?
Well, you'll hear if I'm ready.
Well, okay, but I'd like a signal so I don't talk over it at all because... Okay. There it is.
A very strange, enchanted boy.
That very strange and enchanted boy is Kyle Brown, our son Kyle. Kyle was a regular fixture on the Radio from Hell show for a long time, and then we parted company, and then we got word that Kyle, who is perhaps Carrie's son, or perhaps my son, we got word that Kyle was ill, suffering from a positively fatal disease.
Why'd you have to put it like that? Jeez.
Is there any other way to put that, Kyle?
Well, maybe we could not mention it. I don't have to be reminded constantly that I'm going to die.
Yeah.
Well, constantly. It's just once a week. It's just once a week.
That's true.
Yeah. And that Kyle's voice has been affected by the ALS, bulbar ALS. Is that right? Bulbar ALS.
Correct. Yeah. So just so people know, I'm not 90.
Yeah. Or drunk. Or both.
Or drunk. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Kyle and I are the same age. I think
we are. Yeah.
53. Yeah.
Well, I'm about to turn 52, actually.
You're about to turn 52?
Yeah.
When's your birthday?
March. Well, you guys should know this.
Well, that's true, I suppose.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I'm sorry.
Did you still want He-Man at your birthday party or Ninja Turtles? I keep forgetting.
He-Man,
okay.
Please.
All right, just checking. All right.
So, Kyle, what's transpired in the week since we talked to you? Anything new?
A week closer to the grave.
See, he does it too.
Oh.
Yeah.
Come on.
Well, aren't we all?
That's
yes,
true.
Absolutely.
I guess you could look at it that way.
That's absolutely true.
Just my days are like dog years. One day for me is like 7 years of your life.
No. You see, has this experience, Kyle, I think you are, and we've never really talked about it, but I think you are a fairly religious person.
Here's the thing, and I think I mentioned this before, and was just talking with someone over the weekend about this. I believe no matter what your religious beliefs, being, religious or not, or whatever phase of it, when you face what I have, you go, I wonder if I chose right. I hope South Park is right.
What did South Park say about it for those who don't know?
They said the Mormons were right. They said,
oh, that's right. They did.
Yeah.
It's the Mormons. They got it right. So, phew.
That's right. They said, did anyone get it right?
Yeah.
Yes, only one people did, the Mormons.
Mormons, yes.
I think you also...
I would
go
say
ahead.
I am.
Yeah. And is it deepened your faith?
No.
It's already as deep as it could get.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, it shakes it. Because you do wonder, wait, when I actually do die, well, let's see, if anything.
Yeah. I remember you saying that to me when we first got back together and started talking, that you said, it's odd to think, I wonder what there will be after that moment.
Well, and that you're going to know. You never really think about it, but then you're like, oh, I am going to know what's real and what's
or not
not.
know anything.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep, exactly.
Wouldn't that be a bummer?
Now, well, if you don't have anything, you
know, it's nothing.
Now, Kyle, I saw
Great.
that
I just wasted every Sunday.
Yeah.
Kyle, I saw that you're going to be on the big screen. You want to tell people about that?
Yeah, so Iron Man did a documentary featuring several participants in their World Championship in September. And that's going to air. The first airing will be on Outside TV on their OutsideTV.com. If you go to OutsideTV.com and go to live on their menu, you can watch it there, or they have an app. You can watch it on your a phone or whatever, and then they'll play periodically on TV after that.
What's it called? What's the title of it?
It's called Iron Man World Championship.
Just Iron Man World Championship. Okay.
Yeah. And that's it'll start playing at 6 p.m. Our time this Thursday.
Okay.
And they featured Kyle in part of it, so.
I am one of the featured people with some sad case, yes.
Were there any other sad cases there?
Yes. I don't want to spoil it, but I'm the only one that's dying quickly.
Well, now I don't need to watch.
Yeah, that's a spoiler.
Some
Kyle.
of them are just missing limbs and stuff. You know, they think they have it hard.
Well,
so this is on Thursday, you say, on Outside TV.
Outside TV.
Correct.
And but and again, what you said is true, Kyle. You're maybe dying quickly, but the rest of us are dying slowly. So hopefully, slowly.
I was thinking actually the other night, laying in bed, that I always dreaded when you're like, 94 years old and your kids don't care and they put you in the crappy care center where they steal your meds and no one visits you. I don't have to go through that.
No, you don't.
You skip all that.
You're a lucky man.
But if you'd like, Kyle, I'll sneak into your room and steal your meds. How about that?
I think
if there are any left, you may.
I think you've managed to find the positive in everything, Kyle. I think that's.
I know how to make lemonade out of anything.
Anything? I don't think that's
shoes. I can make lemonades out of shoes.
I'll drink it. It's fine.
Okay.
Well, so just to be serious quickly, are you feeling about the same, or how are you exactly?
I'm still, yesterday I ran 13 miles and felt terrible, but as expected.
Well, as anybody would.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm losing a little strength, in my hands, but, all in all, I'm still working full time and feel okay.
All right. Excellent. I think it's very nice of your employer too. They've been very supportive of you, I know, and kept you working, so that's great too.
They have, but I think they're getting some kind of tax credit because I'm technically considered handicapped.
Wow.
Oh, that's why they
You're
kept
doing
going.
them a favor.
Yeah.
Right.
All right, Kyle, it's that time.
All right.
Okay. What?
This disease has caused me to forget what I do here.
Yeah?
Look over there.
Where?
There. Look over there. There you go. Okay, yeah.
My.
Texter sending in, please give Kyle the gratitude of the listeners.
It's quite a story.
Yes. So it's on Outside TV on Thursday. All right. Traffic, Gina, please.
Yeah, lots of friends of the program texting in troubles. Rollover, I-80 eastbound, 72nd West, black ice in the area. Lots of people dealing with this parking lot that's in Sandy right now, taking over a half an hour to get from Provo to 90th South. Snow is hitting Tooele County. Several crashes reported on I-80 between SR36 and Bangor Highway. Speeds are reduced. Roads, it's slicker than you think it is out there. It's not like it's a ton of snow, but there is black ice, I think, all over the valley. We're hearing from lots of friends of the program. I-80 coming out of Tooele County towards 72nd West is a sheet of ice. That's somebody else saying that. That bad multiple car slide off 215 eastbound near Highland Drive, 20th East. Cars are facing sideways. Snow's completely covered the lanes. And that's just here in Salt Lake. I know they're having issues up in Weber and Davis counties as well. Legacy Highway is very slick. We heard from friends of the program. It's snowing up by Hill Air Force Base and Lagoon. It's a mess out there. And you probably weren't expecting it because this storm wasn't supposed to be much of anything. And it's not really. It's just enough to make things slick. So that's traffic.
All right, thank you.
Boner candidates for round 2. Coming up in a minute. Here they are. Boner candidate number 1. Now, don't you mind Liam. He's just tired. Boner candidate number 2. Nobody's going to hypnotize Eric F. Clapton, that's for damn sure. And boner candidate number 3. Tucker Carlson in the pocket of the Rooskies.
Boners round 2, big boy news as well coming up. Stand by. Western Governors University, WGU.edu.
Yes, you can apply for admission online and then apply for a scholarship. This is Western Governors University. It is always online and has been for years. They've been offering
about 25 years.
Yeah. Now, right now, Western Governors University is offering a scholarship. You can get up to $2,500 towards an already affordable tuition. That's open now through March 31st for those applications. The online structure of Western Governors University will fit any schedule. You can work around your professional, family, or other obligations, and they offer competency-based training or learning programs that measure your skills rather than time spent in the classroom.
And they have rolling starting dates every month, so you don't need to wait for the next quarter or semester to start.
So Western Governors University, it is the University of You, online, accredited, affordable Western Governors University.
Learn.
Radio from Hell on X96.
So anyway, we're up there, getting bags of food and turkeys. But when we first got there,
this is before we went on the air.
Now, I didn't say this to her on the air, did I?
No, this was before we went on.
She introduced herself, and I forget her name. Hi, I'm so and so with the food bank, and we said hi, and she handed us a fact sheet. And it's just a few things there, and she said, and then she said, I don't even think we asked her to be on the radio. She said, I don't want to go on the radio. And Carrie said, well, come on, we've got to want to talk to somebody from the food bank.
Yeah, you're here, you're an expert.
I believe every year we have spoken with somebody.
Yeah, and I said, well, we need somebody from the food bank. We'd like somebody from the food bank to talk. And she said, well, what are you going to ask me? And it made me a little mad.
It did, because it's kind of a...
and I said, well,
question.
I'm going to ask you, what the velocity of a V1 rocket is, and how to build a diesel truck, and what is the composition of quartzite.
Yeah.
I said, I'm going to ask you stuff that you can answer about the food bank.
The stuff that was on the sheet.
Easy stuff. She disappeared and never came back.
Yeah.
And no one else from the food bank.
No.
She was the representative that morning.
And
you could have handled that
a
little
little
better.
Yeah, I could have. And I think I did say, well, could you get us somebody who will talk? I think I said that. And that's when she said, well, what are you going to ask me?
I think he was just trying to point out to her that, that was kind of a silly question. You're here to represent the food bank. Tell us about hungry people.
I was, but I kind of snapped at her.
But people that have never been on the radio or put in that position, it makes them nervous just right off the bat.
Gina, I don't think, again, you really need, other than that seems to be your role, to apologize for this. I'm doing the apologizing. You don't need to.
Once again,
it's my turn to apologize.
Stepping all over Bill's thing.
Stop apologizing. I'm apologizing.
You're always there to ruin the punchline, and now you're ruining the apology.
And quit throwing your shoes at me.
Wait, there's another one.
So she really never said why she didn't want to be on the air, did she?
No, but she was scared. She was nervous.
She did the I don't want to be on the air.
Maybe she had a real job and was supposed to be at work and didn't want anybody to hear her.
No, but anyway, I feel bad about it. I'm sorry. I'd like to find out her name, and I'll send her an apology or.
Yeah, I wouldn't call her. You'll scare her.
Yeah, I didn't mean to scare you, and I'm sorry. I was a little short, but it's first thing in the morning, and we're just getting it together, and you know how I am.
Yeah.
But she doesn't.
Again, you can't treat everybody like you treat me.
Oh, shut up. I can too. You call right now, and I'll tell you to shut up. I don't care who you are.
Gary, Bill, and Gina on X96 Radio from Hell.
So
okay.
The name of that, what that's from, is John Wilson.
How To with John Wilson.
How To with John Wilson. You all should really check it out. It's quite amazing what he does. They're short documentaries, about a half an hour, I think. And that guy he was just talking to, I bet that really happened to that guy. That's just a guy he encountered on the street.
Clinically dead for 23 minutes?
I don't think so.
Oh, did you say that? So. I didn't catch that part.
That's not a thing. That's not a thing.
No, I don't think you could be coming back from that. All right. Let's get to round two of your boner voting. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior, and you will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. Winning here makes it the winner of round 2, not boner of the day yet. It'll be sent forward to Boner Dome at 9:20 this morning. That's when the winner of round 1 and the winner of round 2 will face off, and you'll decide with your vote who is boner of the day at that time. Right now, this is round 2, so let's send one of these 3 forward. 2 candidates now, a third in just a bit. And once you've heard all 3, you'll vote. And one of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
Well, we've got these Radio from Hell tote bags, and I don't even think I can come up with a number of how many mini bottles you could fit in one of those tote bags. It would be a lot.
I know how many.
Mini bottles.
I'm very familiar with mini bottles. 230.
Okay. Really?
Yeah,
okay.
I bet more than that.
I think just 200.
It's a big tote bag.
Okay.
All right, here's boner candidate number 1. Now, don't mind Liam. He's just really tired. Police in Ireland are, in case you didn't guess it was Ireland, police in Ireland are investigating this story. The Irish Times said that a man who appeared to be in his 60s was dragged into the post office in the town of Carlow on Friday, propped up by 2 younger men. When questioned by the staff, the 2 younger men fled, leaving behind the older man. The older man was found to be dead.
Bernie?
Yeah, it's like that. Why did they haul this dead guy into the post office? Well, one of the younger men had inquired earlier about collecting someone's pension and was told the person whose pension it is has to be present before you can collect the pension. So, with the help of a companion, he returned with the dead man's body.
There he is.
There he is, right there. It's Liam. Oh no, he's just really tired. He's really tired. That's all. I should smile for him, Liam. Here. Boner candidate number 1. Here's boner candidate number 2. Nobody is gonna hypnotize Eric F. Clapton. That's for damn sure. My God.
He's horrible.
Well, again, he's so
don't feel sorry for him,
misguided.
Bill.
He has been so fooled by somebody. Eric Clapton, talking about people who get vaccinated against COVID, and he suggests that those people are victims of mass formation hypnosis. Mass formation hypnosis, or sometimes called mass formation psychosis, has become a shiny new item in the anti-vax circles. Although, crucially, it's not an officially recognized medical condition at all.
Yeah.
As one psychology professor put it to Reuters news service, mass psychosis is more metaphor than science, more ideology than fact. Nevertheless, the concept recently gained traction thanks to Twitter-banned vaccine expert Dr. Robert Malone, who appeared on Joe Rogan's podcast at the end of 2021 and claimed that people had essentially been hypnotized into believing the efficacy of the vaccine. Dr. Malone's, yes, he is a doctor, threw in comparisons between the United States pandemic policies to Nazi Germany for good measure, because that seems to be
that's
what you do now.
Yeah.
So is everybody in the hospital, were they all hypnotized and that's what made them sick in the hospital?
Apparently.
Is that how
they,
that happened?
They were hypnotized into taking the vaccine, and that's what made them sick.
We're the hypnotized ones, Gina, according to Eric Clapton. We're
well,
the
then
hypnotized.
if that's true, then the hypnosis has kept me out of the hospital, so maybe that's okay.
Not for long.
I don't get what he's saying.
Eric Clapton said, quote, "I didn't get the memo, whatever the memo was. It hadn't reached me, and then I started to realize there really was a memo. It's great, you know, the theory of mass hypnosis formation, and I could see it then. Once I started to look at it, I saw it everywhere." That is the words of a crazy man.
Yes.
Boner candidate number 2, nobody's going to hypnotize Eric F. Clapton, that's for damn sure. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3, Tucker Carlson in the pocket of the Ruskies. You know?
Really?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
So be sure to get your shot and get your booster.
Hypnotoad.
There you go.
Yesterday,
wait, now, hold
we were talking
on
about
just
Garrett Hedlund. Remember that? More about him. You want to sponsor that? Go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to talk about our good friends at Feldman's Deli.
Oh,
I know you went there recently.
I had Feldman's last Friday.
They want to thank their generous customers for their support during these challenging times. They are open, offering dine-in, patio, and takeout service Tuesday through Saturday, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Come in for a nosh at Utah's only authentic Jewish deli. More information at feldmansdeli.com.
One Feldman's sandwich will feed 2 people easily, unless you're my son. So we were talking about Garrett Hedlund, and he was arrested for public intoxication. He's been all broken up because of his love life. You know, he had who did he break up with?
Emma Roberts.
Emma Roberts. That's right. It doesn't say here for some reason. So he was accused of, getting drunk and causing a public disturbance, and now apparently he was arrested, and he was in a police car and he tried to jump out of the moving car, just fling himself out onto the pavement. In some documents, police say that Garrett Hedlund kicked one of the officers, swung on him, The cops note the man did not want to press criminal. Oh, this was another guy, didn't want to press criminal charges. But then Garrett was arrested for public intoxication, and when he was in the car, he tried to jump out. He's a troubled man.
Doesn't realize he needs his stuntman to do that for him.
Yeah. Lin-Manuel Miranda. He's a pretty terrific guy, it seems. Not only very talented, and that Hamilton is just astonishing.
And how about that Encanto, that Disney movie?
I haven't seen it, but apparently it is incredible.
It's really good.
Well, so this also speaks to what a terrific guy Lin-Manuel Miranda is. He said he has been asked several times in the past to host the Academy Awards ceremony.
People love you. They would love it if you would host.
And he has said no. Why does he say no? He said, that's not my skill set. I would be terrible doing that. It's not some. So I mean, it's just interesting that he knows what he's good at and what he's not good at.
A man's got to know his limitations. Yeah.
So I wouldn't do it because I would be terrible at it. So I was talking earlier about this Omicron variation, a new one. Highly contagious. It's spreading in parts of Asia, Europe, and the world. The World Health Organization recommended yesterday that officials begin investigating it. It's known as BA2 at this point. The new version of the virus is a descendant of Omicron, responsible for huge surges of COVID-19 in the United States and elsewhere. Virologists are referring to the original Omicron variant as BA1. The BA2 descendant lineage, which differs from BA1 in some of the mutations, including in the spike protein, is increasing in many countries, the World Health Organization says. Investigation into its characteristics, including immune escape properties and virulence, should be prioritized immediately, they say.
No, people are done with COVID, Bill. They're tired of it.
The scientists
so they're not paying attention anymore.
The scientists aren't. That's what the World Health Organization wants the scientists.
Our legislature's tired of it. Are you going to do the story about how if a school wants to close now, you have to get 4 legislators and the governor to sign off on it?
That's expedient.
Do you have that story?
It's ridiculous because the legislators and the governor are not healthcare or medical professionals or scientists. So that's stupid. Yeah, it's stupid. Burgess Owens is in the news too. It's traditional for Utah's congressional delegation members to visit Utah lawmakers during the legislative session. You know, both of our senators and all of our representatives, usually at the beginning of the session, come and they give a little speech and say hi, and it's just kind of collegial. It used to be that they would speak on the House and Senate floor and then answer questions, but they decided that got too time-consuming. It cut into the time they have to pass laws that are stupid. So now they just are supposed to meet with caucuses and individual party leaders and talk to them. Well, Burgess Owens is skipping the meeting with the House Democrats. He's only going to meet with the Republicans and Spencer Cox.
Isn't this the guy who was complaining about there's no bipartisanship anymore?
Mm-hmm. I'm sure he was.
He was doing that, yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure he did.
Oh, Burge.
The LDS missionaries, they've been pulled out of Ukraine. That should tell you something. It's not, the situation is not good, and there are predictions it will get worse, but we'll see. You miss those old filament light bulbs, those old inefficient, incandescent light bulbs that we always used to have, because they were brighter.
It's one of the only things I agree with Donald Trump on.
They
I'm
were
pro
brighter.
Incandescent light.
Well, you can still buy them, but they'll buy them in a store that you probably wouldn't set foot in, Gina. They're all over the dollar store. You can get them all at the
and
dollar
my husband will find them and take them out and replace them with LEDs.
As quick as you put them in, he'll replace them with LEDs. He won't even let you use your pink incandescents, will he?
No. Actually, he does. I am allowed 3 lamps with my pink light bulb.
Now, did you hear that? She's not being gaslit at all.
I am allowed 3 incandescent bulbs because I like it on my nightstand, but then it's got to be on his nightstand because they have to match. They can't be different light bulbs.
We have different ones in ours, I think. But Sue doesn't ever use her lamp. It's just there for looks pretty much. I'm the only one who uses my lamp with the pink light bulb.
Quickly, before we have to break.
Yes.
Lucky Charms.
Yes, I approve.
For St. Patrick's Day, they're bringing back green milk cereal. Green milk cereal. I guess when you pour the milk in there in your Lucky Charms, there's something in there that makes the milk instantly green.
It's just what they've done is they've taken the clover marshmallow and coated it with this green stuff that makes your milk turn green. Much like the old what was the name of that cereal? Crazy Cow, I want to say.
Yes.
And it was chocolate cereal, and it made your milk chocolate.
Yeah.
It was delicious.
Cocoa Pebbles does that too.
Yeah, but this was like they made a point of saying it's going to make your milk chocolate, and you're going to drink all your milk out of it because it's chocolate now.
It's chocolate. It's not just making the milk brown.
Not
it's
making
it chocolate milk.
Yeah.
And then there was what was the one that turned your milk to blood? That was forget that cereal. What was that?
It was metal shaving cereal, Krusty O's.
It turns your milk to blood. It was Vampirios. Anyway, that's it.
All right.
It was Apocalyptos. That's what it was.
Apocalyptos. It was that movie-themed cereal. Yeah. Let's see. Sports, weather, traffic.
So I did Wordle this morning like I do first thing in the morning.
How'd
helps
you do?
me wake up. I did well, and I'm going to give you a tip. I'm not about the word specifically, but it's my strategy. I'm going to give you a strategy tip.
I'm not listening. Point when you're done.
Okay.
So if I get to the 3rd row and I'm stuck, my 4th row, I take all of the remaining letters that don't have anything to do with the green letters that came up top. I try to make up a word from the remaining letters to help me find out what the rest of it is, and it has never failed me. I have never gotten I've never had to.
Are you done?
I've only missed one Wordle, which is the first one I ever did. So that's my little tip. Just take the remaining letters and try to use those to figure it out. Yeah, so there's that, Bill. You can come back now.
Gina, Wordle is so ridiculously easy anyway. Any little things you do like that ruins the game. Ruins it.
How do you know you weren't listening? You don't know
it just ruins it.
Do you play it every day?
Yes. I got yesterday. I haven't done today's, but I got yesterday in 3.
Okay. I was a 5er today. It was a hard one today for me.
Okay.
The Jazz.
I was going to say sports.
It's a sport for me. The Jazz with not one starting player, not one. All bench guys. The only guy I recognized was Jordan Clarkson. I'm like, okay, him I know. The rest of these guys, I don't know. They did well. Now they lost.
Did I see that right? That they actually had a donkey playing with?
Yes.
Was one of them
yes.
on
There
the
was a
lineup?
Donkey and a toddler, and even in spite of all that, they still did really well. They lost to the Suns, 115-109, but impressed with how they played, and they were competitive because the Suns are one of the best teams in the NBA right now. So go Jazz. Weather is cold, and that snow, it's not a lot of it, but boy, it's been causing traffic issues this morning. We have slick conditions from the northern border all the way through to Scipio. I saw things were bad in Scipio. Traction laws are also in place for Little Cottonwood Canyon. City streets are seeing snow. Katie said she was actually seeing some there downtown by the studio. And we've got black ice that's been a real issue out in Tooele County. Several crashes reported on I-80 between SR 36 and Bangor Highway. Speeds are reduced due to slick conditions. I-80 is nasty into town. Let's see, let me give you the most up-to-date information there. I'm looking at the UDOT cameras, and that issue earlier in Murray going northbound I-15 looks like that's a little bit better, but still causing slowage there. Bluffdale still has a lot of slowage. It's just taking you longer to get where you need to go today. Davis County Legacy Highway has had reports of fog and black ice. So you're definitely going to need extra time to get where you're going this morning. Please turn your lights on too. That's helpful. For over 65 years, they've been part of your community. The name is changing. Commitment to you is not. Welcome to You First, youfirstcu.com.
All right. Here's boner candidate number 3, Tucker Carlson in the pocket of the Ruskies. The Fox News host Tucker Carlson has again questioned why the United States would side with Ukraine as Russia appears poised to invade the country. Quote, "Why is it disloyal to side with Russia but loyal to side with Ukraine?" Carlson said. "They're both foreign countries that don't care anything about the United States. It's kind of strange." He said Ukraine was, quote, "strategically irrelevant to the United States. No rational person would defend a war with Russia over Ukraine. Nobody thinks a war like that would make America safer or stronger or more prosperous," he said. Carlson said that the United States needs to focus on its own economy instead. China benefits from the U.S. having a conflict with Russia. The Chinese government is the only certain winner here. Why are we supporting Ukraine? We should not do that. Why instead of the Russians? Why?
Oh, I have the answer, Tucker.
Yes.
And I'm just a high school graduate from the Nebo School District.
Yeah.
One is a democracy and our friend.
Oh.
The other, not a democracy and not our friend. Just thought I'd throw that out to you there, Tucker.
That's boner candidate number 3.
All right. Let's review the first 2 and vote.
Number 1 was, "Oh, don't mind Liam. He's just really tired." Irish police are saying that two young ne'er-do-wells dragged a dead man into a post office because they wanted to claim his retirement benefits. Boner candidate number 2, "Nobody's going to hypnotize Eric effing Clapton. That's for damn sure." Yeah, he says people have been hypnotized into taking the virus or taking the vaccine. And boner candidate number 3, Tucker Carlson in the pocket of the Ruskies.
Okay. Now, you've got to decide which of these 3 candidates is the worst. Which one of these 3 should go forward to Boner Fight and get that chance to become Boner of the Day? Winning here secures it a spot in Boner Dome and ensures it will go up against the winner of round 1's voting. Good candidate. So you need to pick strategically here in round 2. Send one of these forward to Boner Fight. That'll happen at 9:20. That's when you'll vote for Boner of the Day. Right now, 1, 2, or 3. Send one of these 3 forward. Put your candidate number, the one that you think should win, in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. Pretty easy. Or you can call the producer's booth. Use your voice at 877-602-9696. Or you can go online, x96.com, look for the box that says Boner Voting, January 25, 2022, and vote there. You have just until the end of these messages to do it, so let's go. This is round 2.
From the Girl Scouts. And then there's a nice letter say, "Hey, Bill, we get you. You're a guy's guy. You have unassuming strength, a casual confidence, and an uncompromising integrity, and are so dumb you don't know this is a form letter."
Wow, they really know who I am.
"You know the spread of Sunday's game and have a steak ready to grill and a cold drink waiting in the fridge. You're man enough to be a Girl Scout." So I've been given a membership in the Girl Scouts.
So what do you?
And then I got this.
Do you have to sell your own Girl Scout cookies?
No, I think what that means is they'll hit me up periodically for money.
Yeah, it's a great gift. Then
I didn't want to say that what they're doing is opening a door to something that you will regret later. But
now I get this card. Now, little Bill, sick. He's sick. He was very ill. Barfing and all that. So that explains the card. And with this card came 3 pairs
of really nice underpants. Patagonia, silk weight, boxer briefs.
Underpants.
Which I really like. And they're very, it's expensive underwear. I mean, it's like, I think they're $30 a piece or something like that.
You should get a whole pair of pants for that.
So here's the card that came with it. At least I'm too sick to cause trouble. Trouble.
Trouble.
And then you open it up and says, or am I? Question mark.
This is your Father's Day
Yeah.
card?
Fortunately, you can cover your ass with these. Happy Father's Day. That's it.
At least I'm too sick to cause trouble.
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 Yeah, trouble. And
Or
then you
am I?
And then you open it up.
That's a threat.
Or am I?
That's a threat, is what that is.
That's exactly what it is. So it was my Father's Day threat. Yes. Anyway, that's nice to be a Girl Scout, though.
Snowbird was awesome yesterday for Father's Day. There were a ton of people. Saw lots of friends of the program up there. They had garlic fries. It was perfect. They had bacon on sticks. Big, thick bacon on sticks.
So Gina was happy, and that made it a good Father's Day because she got what she wanted.
Well, no, everybody got. Joe got a massage up at the cliff. Daddy Gary got a massage up at the cliff.
Mm-hmm. But first and foremost, they had garlic fries.
They had garlic fries
They had
and
garlic
bacon on
fries.
sticks.
Yeah. I went out to the Christiansen Family Farm, Hog Heaven in Vernon on Saturday and bought a bunch of meat. That was bought pork and beef, and that's actually for my wife's birthday, who's her birthday today. She wanted meat for her birthday.
The gift of meat.
Everybody's got something.
Yeah. You?
No.
Nothing. Nothing. All right.
What? I'm not a father.
Well, you didn't see your dad.
I did.
Oh, you did.
Oh,
see
you
your
did.
Yeah.
see that. How's he doing?
He's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
How's his
Did you
mustache?
give him meat?
No, he gives me meat.
Oh, okay.
He's the farmer.
Gary gives him money.
Yeah, I give him cash.
We've discussed that. Here, Dad. He does it under the table so nobody can see. Yeah, there you go. Hold out your hand.
Buy some more life-giving medicine. There you go.
All right. 8:46. Let's award round 2 of your boners.
And that's brought to you in part by a glass of wine.
And the key to good sex is good communication. Reveal your best pleasure at Black Velvet Boutique, Utah's locally owned by women sexual wellness resource. Open 7 days a week, 595 South State in Clearfield.
Boner candidate number 1, don't mind Liam, he's just really tired. And boner candidate number 2, nobody's going to hypnotize Eric effing Clapton, that's for damn sure. They tied.
Really?
An equal number of votes for each one of those.
We haven't had that in a long time.
Well, but neither one of them won.
Oh, well.
Because Tucker Carlson got more votes than either one of those two, which tied. He wins boner round 2.
Okay, there you go. That's your winner of round 2 of the boner voting. It goes forward now. This is going to be a good boner fight coming up at 9:20. The winner of round 1.
You went away for a second.
Yeah,
Did I?
You just disappeared for a second.
Boner of the day's coming up.
Yeah. Okay.
Let's see. We have, it's a Utah word of the day.
Oh,
I have a sponsor for it. I mean,
really?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
All right.
For over 65 years, they've been a part of your community. The name is changing, but the commitment to you is not. Welcome to You First, YouFirstCU.com.
It's often said that the people of Utah speak a language all their own. It's a language that's often confusing and even incomprehensible to newcomers here in the Beehive State. So, Radio from Hell presents a handy guide to help everyone understand how the natives speak. It's the Utah word of the day. And today's word is...
Stime. S-T-I-M-E, Stime. Oh, and look who we have here to present this edition of Utah Word of the Day. It's Utah's least known mayor, the mayor of Mona, Don Criddle.
Hello. I'm the mayor of Mona, Utah, Don Criddle. Hello. And I'm here to present the official version of Mona Community Notes because I'm the mayor. And according to the city charter, it's one of the official duties of the mayor of Mona. So, hello, this is Mona Community Notes with me, the current and duly elected mayor of Mona, Don Criddle.
And I'm the son of the mayor of Mona, Denver Criddle. Being your son, does that make me junior mayor of Mona, Daddy?
Denver, I'm going to tell you the same thing I told your sister, Sissy, when she asked if she was the junior mayor of Mona, because she's my daughter and older than you are, Denver. And that answer that I gave to Sissy was no.
Well, that's because Sissy's a girl. That's the reason that Sissy can't be junior mayor, isn't it, Daddy? Because she's a girl, right?
Well, no, not precisely. Sissy is a girl, but I mean, there's never been a girl junior mayor of Mona. But that ain't the reason.
Well, then what is the reason that me or Sissy can't be junior mayor, Daddy?
Because there ain't no such thing as junior mayor, Denver.
Oh.
We got an assistant mayor, no junior mayor. You know, the assistant mayor, Denver, he's my son-in-law.
I wondered why LeGrand was always in the city offices, Daddy.
Well, your sister Polly's husband don't live in Mona, but the mayor, me, Don Criddle, can pick anyone he wants to be assistant, and I chose him. Mainly because your sister, Sissy, wanted him out of the house as much as possible.
Oh, Daddy. I didn't know that Polly was having marriageable problems.
Well, she ain't having domestic trouble, son. I mean, LeGrand is just kind of annoying, as you know, and she likes to get him out of the house. And that pal of his, LeVar, well, he's a mooch, so Polly likes to keep them apart as much as possible. A bit enough of this, Denver. It's time to let the folks know what's going on in our fair city. It's time for Mona Community Notes.
It's time to let the folks know what's going on in Mona, Utah this week, Daddy.
I just said that, Denver.
All right, I knew I heard it somewhere.
This week, it's time for all Monans to get their dog licenses renewed. In association with that, the city is offering $8 spay and neutralizing of your pets. That will be available at the City Rec Center this Saturday from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m.
Hey, Daddy, what about Clyden? It's time to get Clyden spayed and neutralized.
Clyden is a turtle, Denver. Clyden is your pet turtle. We don't do that to turtles.
Oh, well, it don't sound fun. Clyden's going to be relieved when I tell him. Oh, it's time to wrap it up, ain't it, Daddy?
Past time. I'm Mayor Mona Don Criddle, and this has been Mona Community Notes.
Join us again some other time as we examine how the Utah natives speak with the Utah Word of the Day.
Now someone is texting in the word stime over and over and over. No, that's not the word.
That's not the key word.
For the contest. That's coming
up
after the break here.
It's because it's my voice saying the word is, and then I spell it, and then we probably should have had someone else read that or something.
No, they've got to pay attention if they want to win the money.
All right.
You know, it's that simple.
Because I'm going to do that in about 8 minutes. I'm going to give you the keyword and spell it and give it again, and that's the one you text in for.
You know what I found, Carrie, on my desk? When I found that hate mail from 1990.
From 1992.
Yeah. I also found, see this? This is a file of scripts. It's a thick file of scripts. I think almost all of them are handwritten either by you or by me, of the young and the useless.
Oh, my God.
How old is that?
Oh, that was when we first started.
And I would just quickly looked through a couple of them. They're not there.
Really? Do you want to Do you are they worth maybe
repurposing?
Maybe I'll find a couple. Years and years ago, I'll find a date on this somewhere. Carrie and I did these sketches. Chet and Lester Stebler, and it was a soap opera sort of thing called The Young and the Useless, and they lived in the Hollywood View Mobile Home Park and Pet Cemetery in a trailer, and they were the Stebler brothers, and they loved Circle K.
They love to go to the Circle K to get a red cream soda.
And Little Debbie's Cakes.
Little Debbie's Cakes, yes.
Yeah, red cream soda. And 1987 is on this one.
Yeah.
87.
Yeah.
And did you produce them? I don't
Oh, yeah.
remember them.
Yeah, we produced them, sound effects and music. They had an intro.
Yeah, they weren't elaborate. There weren't a lot of elaborate sound effects. But
the intro was a simple harmonica bed, with a playing by the campfire harmonica sound. And Paul Wilson did the young and the useless, because he was one of our deep voices.
This is interesting to me too, compared to the Utah Word of the Day, which has just happened. Here is one young and the useless sketch. It fits on one page. It must have run 90 seconds tops.
They
Which is
weren't
good.
long.
The shorter
Yeah.
the better, right?
Yeah, it wasn't until we got into the Space Elders realm where we let them go way too long.
Yeah.
Way too long.
Like today's Utah Word of the Day was too long.
No, I was just. What I liked about today's Utah Word of the Day, and I know we just played that little bit back, but was you guys going on after it. I like that. You kept it going.
So here in this sketch, this one from 87, this was July 31st, 1987, Chet and Lester Stebler, they're going to the Circle K to get some Swisher Sweets, cigars, and a couple of Dolly Madison cakes.
Oh, not Little Debbie's.
No. Well, I think that they've switched to Little Debbie at some
They
point.
switched their loyalty. I remember that was a big episode where they switched their loyalty from Dolly Madison to Little Debbie's.
And then
because of course that's a plot point.
And then Chet wants Lester to pick him up a copy of Guns and Ammo, the magazine.
People are begging us for crossover. Here's the problem: is that Chet and Lester's voice is the same as LeVar and LeGrand's voice. They're the same characters. Yeah.
We're talking decades of separation here.
Well, they sounded younger. They sounded younger.
They did at the time. They did.
Well, you were younger at the time.
Oh, here's Lester trying to find Lester. Which one was I? I was Chet.
Yes.
And you were Lester. So Chet is trying. Yeah. So I say, Lester, I've been going over the want ads to see if I can find a job for us. And then you say, well, I always wanted to be a doctor. Are there any good openings for a physician? That's funny. I think it's funny. Don't you? That's good.
Maybe we bring back Chet and Lester into the Utah Whoverse that we have going here.
But will people be confused? I guess.
Sure, they will.
No, sure it doesn't matter. Well, and so we've got over a year's worth of scripts here, so. I'd have to kind of go through and collate them. I'd want to go through and put them in some sort of chronological order, because there was a sort of storyline throughout the whole.
It was a soap opera.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. No, here's a job. Oh, you're looking. You can find a job dumping porta potties. That's good. This is funny stuff. Every one of these sketches is one page, except the handwritten ones. I don't know why we hand wrote some of them, but.
Well, it was back before computers, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's back before we had any word processors at all.
Well, no, I used to, way back when I used to write the promo like Carrie does every day, or like Katie does every day, I used to do that on a typewriter.
Yeah. It's,
not that long ago.
I used to write almost everything. I couldn't think very well. Writing or trying to do it on a word processor or a typewriter. I had to do it in longhand, and then And there's some famous author who does that to this day. It's
Oh,
not
like lots of authors do that.
They write everything out
Yeah.
longhand and then have somebody transpose it for them.
All right. Traffic, please.
Well, it's just been a mess this morning. Traction laws are in place in Little Cottonwood Canyon. Let's see. We still have Sardine Canyon showing problems. Crash westbound I-215, 62nd South on-ramp in Holiday. The right shoulder affected there. And just be aware that the roads are slicker than you think they would be this morning. We didn't have a big dumping of snow, but just enough to cause slick conditions. And there's black ice underneath that snow. So you
Yes,
could still be experiencing it.
It's very slick out there. I'm getting all kinds of reports here.
I had too many accidents to mention. Just know that it's happening, and it's happening as far away as Scipio and as far north as Cache Valley, as I can tell. So wherever you are in there, it's going to take you some extra time. That's traffic.
All right. Thank you very much. We will take a break. We will be back. We got Boner Fight on the way. Stand by for that. And some more news stories for you. All of that coming up and more. Oh, let me find this here. HasterGames.com. That's their website, but they would like you to go to their location. They've been there for a very long time. They've been into this gaming thing before it was cool. Believe me, 6831 South State Street. So if you're into the board games, this is the place to go. And not just for, your specialty games like Pokemon, Dungeons and Dragons, Magic the Gathering, miniatures and dice. They have traditional family board games as well. I mean, it's what they specialize in is board games. But like I said, they also do the specialized games. And what's new at Haster this week with the new mask mandate going into effect, Haster Games is now recommending masks for those who are coming by the store to make purchases and requiring masks for those who intend to come by and stay and play games. They got some new products in stock, the highly requested BattleTech miniatures with multiple different miniature kits for a bunch of different BattleTech forces, as well as rule supplements for the games. New Pokemon releases are available, the Eevee Evolution, VMAX boxes. These boxes contain packs of Pokemon, as well as gorgeous alternate art cards of Flareon, Jolton, and Vaporon. Stock is limited, so they encourage you coming by to grab one before they're gone. Drop by the store and pick up one of these. Don't forget their address, 6831 South State Street. Haster has it.
On the Channel 2 News at 10, it's
Rod Decker, Undercover.
What goes on behind the counter of your favorite burger joint? Are you getting more than you bargained for when you order it to go? Should we pay fast food workers more? And just what's in those deep-fried chicken pieces everybody orders? Our undercover reporter, Rod Decker, puts on a paper hat, a uniform, and a plastic badge with the name Bob on it, and he takes his hidden camera to uncover the truth about fast food.
Okay, Bob, I'm your manager. We'll start you out on the counter and see how you do.
Very good, sir. Hello, may I take your order?
Yes. I'll have a big burger, a 6-piece chicken thing, and a large root beer.
Would you like fries with that?
No. If I had wanted fries, I would have asked for fries.
So what you're telling me is that you don't want fries with your order.
That is what I said, isn't it?
Bob, you're slowing us down here. The customers are backing up. Let's move you over to fries for a bit. You work out there. We might be able to promote you to grill. You screw up, buddy, you're out of here.
Okay, then.
Oh, hey, Bob, I'm Ted. Welcome to Fries. Pay no attention to the assistant manager. One community college management course, and he thinks he's rake raw.
I see. So what's your story?
I just need some spare cash. I don't see myself cleaning out the shake machine 10 years from now. Hey, Bob, Bill's brother here is smuggling a keg back from Evanston. Big beer bash tonight. You want to come?
So what you're saying is that there will be an illegal supply of alcoholic beverages available tonight.
Yeah. Hey, wait a minute. You're Rod Decker, the Channel 2 news guy. Hey, everybody, it's Rod Decker.
I'm afraid you're mistaken. My name is Bob. I'm just an everyday high school student trying to get by on minimum wage.
Hey, you are Rod Decker. Give me that paper hat. Did anyone tell him what's in the deep-fried chicken pieces?
No.
Good. Now back to work, all of you.
There you have it. Fast food workers seem to be highly trained professionals. The weak links, like me, get weeded out in a hurry due to first-rate management techniques. As for minimum wage, it seems to be enough for these kids to have beer money. And the deep-fried chicken pieces are still a mystery to me. This is Rod Decker, Undercover, KUTV News.
And here it is, your second keyword of the day for the 1K a day cash bribe. We gave you one at 7 o'clock. I hope you got that one, because if you did, and you keep going throughout the day and get all 6 of them, that's your best chance of winning that 1K a day. So your keyword for the 9 o'clock hour is chafing. Chafing. C-H-A-F-I-N-G. Chafing. Text that to 33986 now to enter to win the 1K a day cash bribe. Your next keyword will be at 11 o'clock, then 1, then 3, then 5. Collect all the keywords. You could get $1,000. You can see the official rules at x96.com.
Chafing.
Chafing.
It's what happens when I get sand in my bathing suit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, hey.
No pee breaks, people. No pee breaks.
What?
Yeah, because...
Tuesday turns with Todd on X96. Ready for mail.
Todd bringing us a new song, usually a new song, something that, or a new band even. And speaking of which, I remember you brought us Måneskin.
Oh, yeah.
And they were on Saturday Night Live this week, and wow, they were good.
Yeah.
Aren't they fun?
Yeah. And Bleachers before that, the week before that, Bleachers, great.
Todd is our program director here at X96, and he gets a hold of the music before any of us, and sometimes he'll share it with us on a Tuesday. What do you got this time?
Well, this one, it's been out for a little bit, like a week or so. Bastille has a new album. They finally announced the new album. It's going to be coming out here in a couple of weeks on the 4th of February. It's called Give Me the Future. And they've had a couple of singles that have kind of drifted out over the last little bit, but the track that they just released that's part of this whole thing that I really like, it's a song called Shut Off the Lights.
Oh, all right.
All right. Well, and we're familiar with Bastille, of course.
Yeah.
So let's all sit back and take a listen. Tuesday Tunes with Todd, brand new music from Bastille, Shut Off the Lights from Give Me the Future, X96.
I ate a 100-day-old steak.
Good for you.
100-day-old meat?
Good for you.
We
Didn't
went-
even give you any pause at all.
Well, no, because there was lots of wine before it happened. So We went to, and I never know how to say it. It's either Veneto or Veneto.
How do you spell it?
Veneto.
Veneto.
But I think
you're
might be
Italian. You should
Veneto.
No, it's
I don't-
Veneto. Veneto.
And Joe said it's the best meal he's ever eaten in Salt Lake, and he's eaten a lot of good meals. It's mostly lost on me because cheese, and I'm dumb. But the owner, Marco, came out, and he said, I want to give you this 100-day aged T-bone, has the New York strip on one side and the filet on the other.
Mm-hmm.
And it's so big, the whole table can share it.
Wow.
He brought it out to the table, like before he cooked it, just to show us.
Raw meat right here.
Yeah. And it looked like you just pulled it out of the meat counter. It was red, and when he's telling me it's 100 days old.
Mm-hmm.
And then he showed us a piece of what he cut off the top of it.
And?
Which was like 2 inches of...
What?
Like green and white.
Or did he have that in his pocket?
No,
Did he pull it out of his pocket?
He was just holding it all together. Whatever the rind it creates on it after you leave it out.
Okay.
I'm telling you this so you guys
You're
are
looking
proud
for
of me.
a pat on the back?
Yes. And he's like, now I'm going to go back and cook it.
Come
But
here,
I
come
just show...
There you go. All right.
So she
I totally ate it.
She's looking for a pat on the back for eating a $50 steak. It was. She's looking for a pat on the back.
But four people shared it. 4 people shared
for eating a $100 steak.
And
it was. I've never tasted anything like it.
It was that good.
And it's not. It's not even like it was steak. It was like it was a whole other.
A whole other level of
thing.
You're looking for a pat on the back for leading a privileged lifestyle. Way to go!
We were 4 people that shared this one steak. It was. We all just had little bits of it, but.
You way to go, 1%er.
Well, that's definitely Bastille, all right.
Them guys is cool. Them
I
guys are
enjoyed
good.
that.
Yeah,
that's quite good. They have that. I mean, they're smart. They've got the music made so that audience participation is encouraged. I think. But that's Shut Out the Lights from Give Me the Future.
Nice,
brand new Bastille.
And you're singing along to the chorus like the first time you hear it. Like it's
exactly.
really easy to like as soon as you hear it for the first time. New album coming out February 4th, so look forward to that. And they did announce a bunch of tour dates. Nothing in our universe yet, but they plan to, as all bands do, they put out an album and then tour for a while. So I'm sure they'll be drifting through our neighborhood at some point.
Drifting through our
drift.
neighborhood.
Yeah.
Bastille's at the door. They need to use the bathroom. Yeah. All right. Well, Todd, thank you very much bringing that to us, and we'll see you at the meeting, I suppose. Most of us.
I can't wait.
Tuesday turns retard on X96. Ready for hell.
10:30. We get the X96 Brain Trust together.
Who are they? I haven't met them yet.
And we brainstorm things. Let's workshop
Someday.
that. Yeah.
Someday there will be a brain trust.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know. Let's see. Anything else going on that we need to be aware of? Just real quick here.
No. So we got the 2 keywords out of the way for our show, but more coming up.
People are digging up more from our archives.
Like what?
Well, this is from the Radio from Hell archives, July 13th, 2005. Little Debbie, when Carrie and Bill first started working together, they used to do a skit called Young and the Useless. The characters named Chet and Lester. Chet and Lester lived at the Hollywood View Mobile Home Park Pet Cemetery. They would watch wrestling all day.
Oh, yeah.
And then go down to the Circle K for some Little Debbie snacks, cakes, and Swisher Sweet cigars.
And red cream soda.
Now, so the question is, because people are dying for a Utahu-verse team-up, You know, like the Avengers or something.
Well, Bill
People
found
are-
the scripts, so
Well, people are wondering if LeVar, as in LeVar and LeGrand, LeVar lives in a trailer park. Have they ever named the trailer park?
No.
Is the question. So it could conceivably be the Hollywood View.
They could be neighbors, is what you're saying?
Could be neighbors.
They could be Siamese twin brothers who were separated at birth.
They could be. That's also interesting. I like that.
Lester and LeVar, they were conjoined twin. I think it's not. You're not supposed to say Siamese. You're supposed to say
Say
conjoined.
conjoined, yeah.
Yeah, conjoined twins, and they were separated fairly successfully at birth.
Mostly
successfully.
One of them got more of something than the
Well,
other.
I got his spleen right over here.
Well, Lester has 3 arms, and LeVar only has 1. I don't know.
How come that's never come up?
I don't know. That's weird.
You know,
How
I'm
weird.
bringing back all these old things reminds me that it's our 30th anniversary this year, and
Yeah.
I would love it if friends of the program would send us more stuff like this. Not just memories, but a lot of times they recorded stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
They could
Any
send us
recordings that you have of our
Yeah.
sketches or shows that you just took off the radio for whatever reason you like to do that? We'd love to have them.
I've got a box of those cassettes that we did under my desk
Yeah.
at the station there.
I think we need to.
I think I have a couple of DVDs that somebody made that I could, that those are playable, like on my laptop. And
See, people are loving this LeVar and Lester thing. They came from the same polygamous family. People are suggesting LeVar can feel when Lester is angry.
I've seen that movie.
That family was so inbred. There were every 5 years there was a new set of conjoined twins. It was just in their blood,
And that's
in their
why
genetics.
your genealogy is important, as we learned today on our sketch. All right, okay, let's get going. We got Boner Fight coming up in our next break. Stand by for that. UtahAdvocates.com. That is the website. Go there, and for free, you can talk to a lawyer, get their opinion as to whether you have a case or not, and you can do it anonymously.
You're on slick roads today, and people are getting into fender benders and accidents, and if they're, some of them might be fairly serious, might be injuries involved, and it wasn't your fault. Somebody spun around and slammed into you. So you should call the advocates right away. 801-355-5550, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Yeah, as soon as you get them involved, they can take over all those nasty phone calls in the mail that you're getting about your medical bills. Let them worry about that.
And what's nice is they don't charge you anything unless they take your case and then get you a settlement. So the phone call, there's no charge for that, and you're talking to a lawyer right away. They won't charge you any money. They'll help you with doctors and getting a car and all of that. All you got to do is call them, 801-355-5550, or chat online, UtahAdvocates.com.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! Our elders have just rendezvoused their warp-capable 10-speed bikes with the USS Forthrine, a small craft manned, if you will excuse the misuse of the term, by pigs. Not your ordinary run-of-the-mill pigs, mind you, but sentient, talking pigs. Pigs in space!
Welcome aboard, gentlemen.
I am Captain Link Hogthrob, commander of the USS Porkrind. This is my first officer, Miss Piggy. And that pig over there is our ship's physician, Dr. Strangepaw.
Hello, elders.
Hi, I'm Elder Chris Jensen, and this is my companion, Elder Jensen. We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
We have heard tales of your exploits from other space vessels.
Yes. Is it true that your church provides for eternal marriages?
Well, yes, ma'am, it is.
Eternal meaning in this life, in the next life, and forever and ever? Kind of like syndication?
Yeah.
Would the frog, I mean the groom, in question have to be a willing participant?
That's the way it's usually done.
All right, let's cut to the chase here. Does the Mormon Church recognize marriages between beings from different species?
Well, such as?
Pigs and frogs, you idiot! Don't you ever watch the show?
Well, I believe that you'd have to seek the counsel of your bishop. I don't think we're authorized to make such a decision here in the field.
I think we've reached the point in the sketch where I begin to assault our guest with karate chops. Hi!
No, wait. I think I can shed some light on the subject. Now, both you and the frog in question are made of flannel and have men's hands up your...
Elder Jensen?
No. What I mean is that you're both Muppets, and therefore not different species. I mean, I see no reason why you can't be sealed to one another.
Oh, Captain Hogthrob can marry people. You guys wait right here while I find my Kermie.
Will Elder Jensen get sent home for telling pigs and frogs that they can marry one another? Will Captain Link Hogthrob get sent home for marrying a pig and a frog? Will Kermit the Frog find a way to get our elders off the Muppet Show and back into normal space? Find the answers to these and far more exciting questions on the next tail-curling episode of Space Elders!
I know I'm not supposed to be doing traffic this hour, but I'm just going to mention this quickly. 6 semi-trucks involved in a pileup on I-80 between Evanston and Rock Springs.
Wow.
It has just been a slick morning, and still is for folks that are still trying to commute. Beware that there's black ice out there.
Stop trying to commute immediately.
Yeah.
We stopped a while ago.
It's worked for us, yeah. All right. We do have Boner Fight coming up here in about, 7 minutes. So we got a few things you need to know about.
Yeah, we got, this is important. Daryl Hall's going out on tour.
Well, that's exciting for you. I know you have kind of a crush on Daryl Hall.
Kind of, yeah.
Could I sponsor your crush? Would that
Just do it. You don't have to ask my permission.
Come in from the cold and warm up to some of your favorite rock bands like U2, Led Zeppelin, Pink Floyd, and more. Take visual and acoustic trip in the Dome at Clark Planetarium every Friday and Saturday night. Visit clarkplanetarium.org for tickets.
So Daryl Hall is going out on tour. He's
you make my dreams
just solo. And this is first time in 10 years he's gone out just as a solo act. I started to like Daryl Hall a lot when I saw him do a solo performance on the Letterman show. And I think the song was called a woman like you. And it was, I look it up every once in a while, just that performance. And it was just astonishingly good. And I said, oh, gee, he's a talented fella. And I've liked him ever since. I think, so Daryl Hall is touring, and I think he's probably going to arrange his tour so that it'll go into New Zealand, because he wants to see the world's largest potato.
What?
Yeah, he's arranging it so that he makes sure he's going to tour Australia and then New Zealand. He said he wants to see the world's largest potato, but there is some question as to whether this is really a potato or not.
What? I'll taste it. I can tell you if it's a potato.
Well, Colleen and Donna Brown were working in their garden, and they found this huge tuber in the ground, and they started digging to get it out, and digging and digging and digging and digging and digging. And when they finally pulled this massive tuber, whatever it was, out of the ground, they realized they had found what they were sure was a huge potato, and Colin took a bite of it, as Gina was suggesting, and he said, honey, it's a bloody potato. The potato was freaking huge, tipping the scales at something like 17.2 pounds. They named it Doug, D-U-G, because they dug it up. They started to investigate whether they might have accidentally discovered a record-setting potato. The current Guinness World Record for the heaviest potato ever found belongs to Englishman Peter Glazebrook, whose 10-pound, 14-ounce potato.
10 pounds.
That's pretty big. Had an official weigh-in at Somerset's National Gardening Show in 2011. Now, the Browns find is heavier than that, but the Guinness people aren't convinced that it's actually a potato.
Well, what would convince them?
Well, they've sent the couple has sent a piece of Doug, their potato, to researchers at Science and Advice for Scottish Agriculture for DNA testing and genetic analysis. If it comes, that they will be able to determine whether it is the same DNA makeup as a potato, and then they will have the word.
Well, if whatever it is, it's big. What if it's? I mean,
well, if
it's a big something.
Yeah, if it's a big tuber. There are bigger tubers.
Oh.
Yeah. So you see, if it's just a tuber, if it's just
could just be a root of some kind.
Yeah, a root, kind of a root, and
we'll follow the story all day if we have to.
We will.
Keep tuning in, and we'll give you an update.
Apparently, the producers of the James Bond shows, them shows where James Bond is he's like a spy, and he's.
I like those shows. Those are good shows.
Those are good shows. Apparently they have confirmed that they had been considering Idris Elba to be Bond, the next James Bond, because Daniel Craig is pussing
He's done.
out. He's
done.
Out.
He's done.
He was done last time, and they made him come back.
Well, this time he made sure that it's done.
Yeah. He doesn't want to get smacked around anymore. I mean, I'm sort of joking, but it's really true. It's hard on the body to do that role.
That's what I was thinking the whole time, because this last movie with him in it was quite enjoyable. I mean, it's everything you want from a Bond movie. But boy, he gets the hell beat out of him.
Now, Barbara Broccoli, who's the producer, the daughter of Cubby Broccoli, who was originally the producer of the Bonds movies, says, well, I know Idris, I'm friends with him, and I think he's a magnificent actor. But then she remains kind of non-committal about whether he will. She said he's been a part of the conversation, but we still haven't decided.
I mean, nobody here loves Idris more than I do, but he and Daniel Craig are almost the same age.
Yeah, I think he's a little old to do.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
I
How
think
many
if you're
Bonds could they get out of him?
Well, yeah, I think you go younger, so you can have.
You want him to do more than one show.
Yeah. Exactly.
You want him to do 2 or 3 Bond shows. There, those 2 young women who were married down in Moab and were murdered. That murder is still unsolved. They were at a campground, and they were dead. Kylan Schulte and Crystal Turner.
They texted a friend saying, there's a weird guy here
Yeah.
we don't feel good about.
Yeah.
Now, the Moab police say, at this point, we have a person of interest.
Oh.
But that's all they're saying. We have someone that we're looking at. And the Grand County Sheriff is still looking for information from the public. They say, now, don't spread rumors, but, we do have somebody we're kind of thinking about, maybe, but no formal suspect. So there you go. So the members of Congress, I read a whole thing in the New York Times, members of Congress, about how financially advantageous it is to be a member of Congress. In an academic paper published a few years ago, an economist named Sirkin Karadas highlighted a suspicious pattern. Members of Congress earned higher than average returns on their stock investments. The findings suggested that at least some Congress members were profiting from their jobs with inside knowledge about forthcoming policy changes or economic developments, and the members would then buy stock shortly before they rose in price or sell them shortly before they fell in price. There have been several high-profile examples in recent years that seem to fit that pattern. In each case, the members say, well, I didn't do anything inappropriate. But it is illegal to do insider stock trading like that. Tom Price, a former Georgia congressman, later Donald Trump's Secretary of Health and Human Services, repeatedly traded care stocks, including a discounted purchase through a special offer from an Australian drug company, while he was the head of Health and Human Services.
You shouldn't be able to do that.
Representative John Yarmouth, a Kentucky Democrat, bought several cannabis stocks while promoting bills favorable to the industry. As Judd Legum of Popular Information reported, that's a website.
Yeah.
Several senators, including Dianne Feinstein, a Democrat, Kelly Loeffler, Richard Burr, both Republicans, sold stocks after receiving a private briefing on COVID-19. I don't know why they are allowing this to go on.
Because they're the ones that make the rules.
No. The Justice Department could absolutely step in and say, wait a minute, what's going on here? You can't be doing this. The Justice Department could bust them.
It's as someone has texted me, it points out, athletes can't bet on games, but this is legal.
Rand Paul's wife bought stock in Gilead Sciences, which makes a COVID antiviral drug, in the pandemic's early weeks. So, something's going on, don't you think? Did you see the Russian guy, Carrie, who he has won he was recognized by the Guinness Book of World Records as being the inventor of the world's first retractable lightsaber.
Retractable?
Oh, yeah, I saw the video, yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting.
Is it just a light that turns on and off?
It looks like
You have to
fire.
go see it. You have to go see it.
Okay,
It looks
cool?
as though it's pretty interesting. It looks as though it does retract into the handle.
Well, and Disney saw that video and went, we can do that better. And so they now have one that they sell. That they sell, or are going to sell soon. But
It's Bonafide with Radio from Hell on X96.
Okay, here it is. The winner, as I recall, from round one in the 7 o'clock hour. I'm pretty sure that this isn't alleged racism. The school district, the Alpine School District and the Utah County Sheriff's Office are investigating racist bullying on a Utah County school bus, wherein middle schoolers apparently surrounded a black student on the bus that was moving, chanting, "What? Look at the black guy! Look at the black guy!" One of the kids poked him a few times. It's as though it were some sort of strange beast to behold. Going up against Tucker Carlson, number 2. In the pocket of the Rooskies, Tucker Carlson questioning Well, why are we siding with Ukraine over Russia? Why don't we side with Russia in this?
Bigger question, Tucker. Why is the rest of the world siding with Ukraine as well? All right.
It's boner candidate number 2.
Okay. Let's do it. You've got to decide of these two candidates, which one should be boner of the day, 1 or 2. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and then text that 233-986. Easy. Or call the producer's booth, 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or you can go online, look for the box that says Boner Fight January 25, 2022, and vote there. More than likely, you will not see that box when you get to our website because we just put it up. But if you refresh your internet browser, it'll reset everything, and there it'll be. You can click and vote right there. So here we go. It's Boner of the Day. You have until the end of these messages. Go.
You know who's on the line? Who? I believe this is the impetus to the first all-day show.
Candace?
Yes.
How now, you were there for the first all-day show. Oh yeah.
I was, as Carrie said, I was the something from the radio gods, the idiot or something.
No.
Not so much. He didn't really
The
say
gift
that.
from the radio gods.
That was it, yeah.
But
and I was the one that brought the alcohol.
You are the first, you were the one who started the tradition of bringing us booze.
Exactly. And I'm so upset. Y'all got pedicures and I didn't.
Well,
I would have liked one.
Well,
you should have asked.
Well, I was in and out of the house all day.
Candy Bear.
Well, then you couldn't.
Then you couldn't have gotten one anyway.
Candy Bear, I'm not sure what...
Did you say Candy Bear?
Yeah.
Or Daddy Bear?
Candy Bear.
Oh, that's cute.
You're
Better
my-
than Candy Ass.
You're my little Candy Bear.
Who is this?
Don't you know?
No, I don't know.
Who is this?
It's your mother.
I think
Hi.
Candy's
Candy?
been drinking today already.
Candy, hi, it's
No,
Candy, hi,
I
it's Mitt
haven't.
Romney.
Candace,
Ew.
do you have any idea what you're listening to or where you are?
It's a country station, and I'm in Texas. No, of course I do, you silly gooses. That
Candy?
was ridiculous.
Candy Bear?
Don't call me Candy, please. My dad hated that.
It's Candace.
It's Candace, Carrie.
Yes, it's Candace.
If
still,
your dad
and I
hated
will-
that, he shouldn't have named you Candace.
Yeah.
He's no longer living. That's rude.
Well, I'm sure his feelings are hurt.
Did you call us Candace?
Yes, I did, and
she
I
did.
meant to get abused.
Okay, because I thought maybe the interns had called you and then
No, nobody
just picked your name
remembers.
out of a phone book or something. Nobody
You
remembers.
wish.
Nobody remembers what, Candace?
Any of this.
Any of...
And I'm even on the CD. And I'm so sad.
She's
I'm
she's
joking.
the phone call. She's the reason.
For Carrie's
She's the
story.
reason that we
The
did because I
story.
didn't get a chance to
Yeah.
tell my Hawaii story.
No, it
or
was your Vegas.
My Vegas story.
Vegas
my
story,
Vegas
that's
story.
right.
Exactly.
And
And Carrie, I saw you at that one clothing store. I don't remember.
You remember, Carrie?
was
Oh,
was I
yeah,
was I was I buying my garments?
It was that
Was
one
it that
clothing
one?
store.
That one
No.
clothing store?
I don't know what you call him. Come on, help me out. A thing.
You
a
know,
management,
a thing.
Whatever.
I can.
Was it a remote?
You know, I can see why you were the impetus for the all-day show because it takes all day to get anything out of
Holy
you.
crap! You've been doing this all day. I'm tired too. And yes, other whatever.
She's
but
drunk.
No, I'm not.
No.
I'm just embarrassed.
Candy Bear?
This is the note you want to go out on.
Yeah.
By the way.
Yeah, no,
Oh, Candace, you've been rickrolled. I'm sorry.
God bless you, Candace.
All right.
I'm glad that somehow you started the all-day show, but no, that's not the note we want to go out on.
Well, we got 20 minutes.
But as with all of our all-day shows, I seem to remember that they go out not with a bang, but a whimper.
I've been whimpering for the last hour and 20 minutes.
They just kind of peter out at the end. So,
Well, Gina, I'm used to your whimpering.
It's what I do.
At 9:40, time to award Boner of the Day.
God, I love Adele. She's terrific. Boner of the Day is brought to you in part by artichoke and cheese fettuccine, really creamy and delicious.
And save on skiing at Snow Basin Resort with discounts up to $20 on lift tickets when you buy. Go to snowbasin.com.
Not much of a fight, really.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, Tucker Carlson only got 10 votes.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
But a decisive winner. Number one, I'm pretty sure this isn't alleged racism. What took place on a school bus in Utah County. Yeah, it was racism.
It was racism. And that is now Boner of the Day for today. January 25, 2022, now qualified to be Boner of the Week.
I left it downstairs, but yesterday in the mail, and some of you may have gotten this, I'm sure it's a mass mailing, a copy of a newspaper. It was a newspaper called the Epoch Times.
Oh, are they still sending those out?
Now, I remember getting one a year or so ago.
Yeah.
I don't know why I've gotten another one, but it's a far right.
It's a bunch of crap.
It's a far right international newspaper. It's a pretty big company, but they are very, very far right conservative. Although interestingly, the Epoch Times is very opposed to the Chinese Communist Party, but they promote far right politicians in Europe. They championed Donald Trump in the United States. And so I was reading through a little bit of the Epoch Times. And one of the things that they did was they had an article about, it was a small article, about Dr. Fauci, Anthony Fauci, and how Anthony Fauci has all kinds of investments in Chinese companies. He's invested in Chinese companies. Well, so I looked into it just to see really what's going on. I mean, it's easy to go, but I looked into it. You remember Dr. Fauci was being grilled by this moron, Senator Roger Marshall, Republican from Kansas City, about Dr. Fauci's investments in China and how come you won't reveal these things. Why?
They're all on public record.
It's all public record.
Yep.
So Newsweek, in this article that I had, Newsweek got a review of the documents that Dr. Fauci had already supplied to Senator Marshall, and it showed only one connection to China through the Matthews Pacific Tiger Fund, run by California-based investment firm Matthews Asia. Now, according to the company's third quarter report, 42.7% of the fund traded in Chicago, Hong Kong stock, including household names like Tencent and Alibaba. However, on the country list was Taiwan at 16%. And they are the leading manufacturer of semiconductors. As a matter of fact, they're building, this company that he's got some small investment in, building a huge semiconductor plant in, I think, Arizona.
Okay.
It's a company that has been singled as helping to solve the global supply chain problem.
Okay. I'm waiting for the problem.
There isn't one.
There isn't one.
There isn't one.
There never is.
So, as a matter of fact, one of the funds that had some investments in a Chinese company and a Taiwanese company, it apparently, Dr. Fauci put more into the investment than he ever made on it. He lost money.
Yeah.
There is no connection to any Chinese drug company or lab research companies or anything like that.
But there doesn't have to be. All they have to do is put it out there. Well,
so the Epoch Times is not lying when it said it's revealed that Dr. Fauci has investments in a Chinese company. And that's all they say.
That's all you need to know to make it sound sinister.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do they do a horoscope in the Epoch Times?
Well, sure they do.
A love advice column?
So a conservative like me, I applaud the Epoch Times. Let's keep it up, folks. I don't know why I've been sent that.
They've been sending it to everybody.
Did you get one this week?
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's the Epoch Times behind the run by a cult, the Falun Gong, the Chinese disciple of the Dharma wheel, also spelled Falun Gong.
Yeah.
Controversial Chinese spiritual movement founded in 1992. They claim that aliens started invading human minds in the beginning of the 20th century, leading to mass corruption and the invention of computers.
Well, that's
he also
true.
has denounced feminism and homosexuality, claimed they can walk through walls and levitate. But the central tenet of the group's wide-ranging belief system is fierce opposition to communism. So I can see why the far righties like that, but they need to realize that they're being manipulated.
It's too bad, but I left my copy downstairs of the Epoch Times. There are articles in it, and I can't think of the one right off the top of my head, that are sort of straightforward. That are just.
Well, yeah, they gotta
that.
reel you in. They gotta make you think it's a legitimate news source, and then they'll throw you some stuff.
Oh, the other one was how they were just. There was this whole article of praise of Dr. Scott Atlas. Remember that guy?
Oh, that guy, yeah.
Who has been now disavowed by, I think it's Stanford, where he was on a board of medical advisors.
Yeah.
He's a radiologist.
Yeah.
And I mean, he's like a very well studied radiologist, and at one time was well thought of until he started talking about COVID and vaccines and all of that.
All right. We'll take a break. We'll be back to crawl towards the exits after these. Wendy's for breakfast. This is your Wendy's wake-up call. The breakfast hours are coming to a close here in a bit, so you still have time if you're out on the road. Stop by, get your breakfast Baconator, your honey butter chicken biscuit, or your croissant sandwich, your breakfast sandwich at Wendy's, which are superior. And for a limited time during breakfast hours, whatever wakes you up in a Wendy's cup is free with the purchase of any breakfast sandwich. So you get to choose your beverage as well. So if you like coffee, hey, free, fresh brewed coffee. There you go. If it's a soda, if you like a Diet Coke or a Dr. Pepper or a Coke or whatever it is you like, ask for a large because, it's free. You can get a vanilla frosty-chino, cold brew coffee plus frosty creamer over ice, and it is free, and they are delicious. So don't sleep on this deal. So if you were me, you'd go there and you'd get the sausage, egg, and cheese croissant sandwich and then ask for one of those frosty-chinos. And that's my order at the drive-up. Yours may vary. Wendy's, hit the drive-thru.
So, I was...
Here's what Kerry Jackson is doing when he's not on the air.
Yes, Mr. Jackson, thank you for coming into my office. As the manager of this department store, it is my job to make sure that everything goes smoothly. And during the Christmas season, that's especially important. We hired you to be our store Santa on good recommendations from your radio station management. But frankly, we've had complaints from many of the parents about your performance as Santa. Now, how do you begin each visit with a child?
Well, first off, I have them shake my hand.
Shake your hand?
Yes, I'm the hand-shaking Santa.
You don't let the children sit on your lap?
No, the hand-shaking Santa wouldn't do that. And do you have any idea how germy little children are? You know what I really hate is that little kid smell. You know the smell I'm talking about.
I see. And then they tell you what they want for Christmas.
Well, after they've shaken my hand, I ask them to write an essay about how good or bad they've been during the year, and then they're asked to list what they want for Christmas. Now, that list is then submitted to one of my elves, and the essay is graded and placed in the Handshaking Santa essay box.
You have paper and pencils for them in Santa's castle?
No, the Handshaking Santa does not provide essay materials. If the children are unprepared, it's no concern of mine.
Uh-huh. Well, I think I've heard quite enough.
Oh, fine. My break is just about over, and I still have to disinfect my fingernails and put on a fresh pair of gloves before I have to greet the little vermin again.
Get away from the Handshaking Santa, you dirty, dirty little children. Oh my God. Miss Johnson, would you call the radio station we hired this Santa from? We need a replacement immediately.
Here's what Bill Allred is doing when he's not on the air.
Ho, 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 ho. Welcome to Santa's castle. Merry Christmas.
Santa, why are you lying on the floor?
I'm the leg wrestling Santa.
Tell me what you want for Christmas.
Well, I want the white Power Ranger and the Nerf ball Zuka.
All right then, Sonny. Lie down here right next to me. You do know how to leg wrestle, don't you?
Oh, yeah, Santa, but couldn't I just sit on your lap?
Oh, no, the leg wrestling Santa wouldn't do that. All right now, Sonny. If you beat me, then you'll get everything you asked for.
Okay.
If not, you'll get a lump of coal in your stocking. And an orange.
Oh.
Here we go.
Okay.
1, 2, 3. Sorry, Sonny. You lose. Get him out of here, would you, my little helpers? Who'll be the next to challenge the leg wrestling Santa?
Why don't you leg wrestle me, Mr. Butthead, jolly old sucky claws?
Aren't you a little old to be leg wrestling Santa?
You're pretty tough with these kids. Let's see you take on someone your own size.
All right, then. You lie down right here. Good. But first, I have to take a leak. Can't leg wrestle on a full bladder, you know. Be right back.
I saw his wife interviewed. She's married
Cheryl
to,
Hines.
Yeah, from
Curb Your
Enthusiasm. And she said, well, I love my husband, but we don't agree on a lot of things. I'm sorry, but something like that, I don't know that you could be married.
Tell that to Kellyanne Conway.
But
Yeah,
but also here's the thing. He's been anti-vax forever. That means that she divorced a while ago and started dating him. She knew.
Well, and sure she knew. And apparently there are other things about him that she loves.
He has tweeted an apology about the Hitler comparison, at which point Twitter dug up like 4 other instances where he made the Hitler comparisons about autism and about some other things, you know. And like, this isn't the first time you've done that, so don't apologize.
Give Cheryl Hines a break, Gina. Jeez.
Give her a break?
Yeah, I mean, you know, she apparently loves the guy. We have no evidence of Cheryl Hines tweeting out things about being an anti-vaxxer.
This is a bigger question, and I'm sure there are people listening that are like, yeah, I'm married to an anti-vaxxer, and it's
I've had
difficult.
them email me. I have had. I'm sure I read it on the air, but I had several email exchanges with this man, who his wife was just absolutely. They had like 4 kids, and she's absolutely against vaccinations, and he said, I love my wife, and That's just the one thing I can't convince her. And I tried to give him some ways that he might be able to convince her to do it, and I think he finally did convince her. But yeah, I mean,
that's different than someone going to many events and getting in front of a microphone and trying to convince other people to not do it, and then it's wrong. That's just saying I don't want it for myself is different than
it's different, but it is the same concept that you can be in love and love someone who has one thing. No, if it gets to be two or three things, well, then the deal's off. But has one thing that they do that you just go.
One thing can be a pretty big thing.
It can be.
Yeah.
I had a college professor. She was a brilliant woman, a PhD, literature. She was a brilliant poet and literature. And her husband had never been to college. They were just totally different. He'd never been to college. He just had a manual labor job. And I said to her, does he appreciate literature at all? And she said, not in the slightest. He doesn't like poetry. He barely reads anything. And I've been married to him for 35 years, and I love him to death.
That's different, though.
It's different, but again, there's one thing. There's one big difference.
But if the one thing can kill people, it's not killing anybody that he doesn't like poetry.
Yeah,
yes, it is.
It's the word deal breaker comes to mind, and I don't know if not reading poetry is a deal breaker.
I mean, I'm just saying it's possible.
Yeah,
it's obviously possible. I didn't see the interview with Cheryl Hines, but apparently she's a nice person and.
She's funny. She's talented. She's a good actress. Yeah. Anyway, let's do the promo and crawl towards the exits.
Coming up on Wednesday's Radio from Hell show.
It's the X96 1K a day cash bribe. It's still happening at 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. We'll have a keyword for you, so have your phones ready.
Also at 7 a.m. we'll be talking with Brandon, the owner of Skinwalker Ranch. He's ready with all of the ghost stories and more.
Then at 7:45, Dr. Cobble will be here answering your COVID and vaccine questions. Plus, Peter Baxter from Slam Dance Film Festival will be joining us at 9:35.
Man, with all of that, it's obvious you don't want to miss Wednesday's Radio from Hell show on X96.
There we go. All right, let's see if we missed anything. Texas woman arrested after allegedly offering a mother $500,000 for her baby in the Walmart checkout line.
Yeah, I saw that.
And she has a husband who loves her.
It's this one thing. My wife tries to buy children at Walmart. Other than that, she's lovely.
Let's see. Neil Young, we covered that.
Mm-hmm.
Nosy neighbor fined for playing Whitney Houston and Rihanna songs too loud.
Is that on purpose to irritate people? Is that...
Let's see. Offenses playing songs too loud. Neighbors complained that he played smooth radio so loud in his flat in Kings Norton, UK. The inspectors were able to use the Shazam mobile app to confirm the songs were coming through the walls and name that tune.
And now this guy, he's also married, but his wife is deaf. So
all right. I think we're good. We get all business taken care of? Live long. Thank you, Katie. Fine job as always. Live long and prosper, bitches.
All right. Don't you know really who I am? Really?
Where are they going to film all the porn?
Corey is next.